This was planned. There was malice. This is a person who came to this house with a deranged mind.
A brutal killing.
She was controlled.
His mission was to destroy both of them.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
This is a very personal murder.
He's going to be in charge. He's going to be in control and never be told no. You're dealing with someone who's a complete psychopath.
A stalker is like having your own personal terrorist assigned to you.
The truth will be revealed.
It was chilling that someone's out there that can do this kind of thing.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. East Cobb, an affluent suburb located just north of Atlanta.
It's a community that's really centered around families. It's known for having good schools, so people move there a lot for that reason. It's low crime, and it's considered a really safe area.
But days before Halloween, this quiet community is shocked by a real-life horror.
It came through as a 911 call. A little 5-year-old boy came home from school, and he was stabbed about 18 times in his chest. When you hear of a child who's injured by somebody, you're more with your foot through the firewall, driving as hard as fast as you can to get there.
As detectives arrive on scene, 5-year-old Nick Smith is rushed to the trauma center.
He was with a neighbor girl, Christina, who lived upstairs.
She said they saw a shadow pass by the door. Assuming it was his mother, Nick ran into the room where a person grabbed him from behind and began violently stabbing him in the chest. Christina wasn't able to really give us any identifying features. It was such a traumatic event for her, hearing the screams, that she literally ran out of the house.
What could this little 5-year-old, 60-pound boy have done to anybody to have deserved to have been stabbed repeatedly in the chest in such a violent situation?
Cobb County detectives Randy Harris, John Dawes, and major crimes prosecutor Jesse Evans begin investigating the vicious assault.
It was an older residence in an established neighborhood. You walk around the back side of the house, you see this sliding glass door that accesses the basement from the back. Is there a suspect still in the house? What else is going on? Has anybody else been injured? The two things that stood out the most were the broken knife blade, separated from its handle. That was the weapon covered in blood, obviously used in stabbing Nick. We were able to determine that that knife blade didn't match the cutlery that Carmen Smith had in her apartment. And in the bedroom, the carpet showed Nick's blood where he was initially stabbed. And in the bed was 5 layers of bedding. It didn't look right, so the officers pulled the bedding back on one side. And there lies the lifeless body of Nick's mom, Carmen Smith. It's heart-wrenching. to be involved in a case like this. And there's extra pressure and stress to try to find out who did it.
Police must uncover the details of the pair's final day.
Establishing the timeline as it relates to the victim and the last hours of that person's life, critical in any investigation. It generally opens the doors for the detectives first to understand the lifestyle of the deceased. And from that, you will draw the information to try to solve the crime.
Carmen was a beautiful, young, strawberry blonde.
She had a lot of friends and she was outgoing.
She's a loving mother. She absolutely devotes her time to her son, Nicholas. She's there for him. She takes care of him. She does everything that she can. Just a good mom. She's also a flight attendant. So she can be gone for a day or two or three at a time, depending on her schedule. She's a different victim because when she's home, she's with her kid. And when she's working, she's out of state flying. We want to know her routine. Did she go someplace where someone may have been checking her out?
They look to establish Carmen's time of death.
Nick got home at about 3 o'clock from school, and the rigor mortis, the lividity, Carmen clearly had been dead for a number of hours. Everything told us that her death had occurred in the morning.
That's significant. The assault on Nick didn't happen until much later, hours after she was killed and placed in the bed.
The time frame between taking Carmen's life and then assaulting Nick the way he was assaulted was just odd.
He intentionally waited on that child to come home because he could have left a long time earlier. So his mission was to destroy both of them.
You start by saying, who would want to do this to Carmen? Who would want to do this to Nick?
I'll be honest, I just couldn't think of a reason why a 5-year-old would be attacked.
Detectives work the crime scene and examine Carmen's injuries for clues to the identity of her attacker.
You collect anything and everything that could be evidence, blood or hair or any other forensic evidence, phone records. In that time, it took weeks, months to get the phone records. There were marks on her wrist, bruising, that were parallel lines, very consistent with handcuffs.
She had an abrasion to her chin. It was an abrasion consistent with sort of carpet burns, or having been face down as the ligature was pulled tight against her neck. In addition to that, she had 2 small puncture wounds to her back, which would not be lethal, certainly would have been painful. The puncture wounds to her back were consistent with having been caused by an ice pick type instrument. And there was an out-of-place cord, almost like a cord that you would use for pulling some blinds back, that was there on the scene.
It didn't match anything in the downstairs of this residence or even upstairs. It may have been the weapon that was used to strangle the life from Carmen Smith.
We're talking about really 4 different weapons at a minimum here. You've got the ligature, you've got the knife that was used to stab Nick, you've got an ice pick, and you've got handcuffs that were being used to effectuate this crime as well. The fact that you have more than one instrumentality involved in causing the injuries to Carmen was pretty significant.
It's not a crime of opportunity. This was planned. There was intent. There was malice. This is a person who came to this house with a deranged mind and accomplished what he came to do. The scene itself told us that there had been control. She was under the physical control of handcuffs and some kind of torture going on from behind.
When you see a form of torture, there's a level of rage in there. So it starts to narrow down. This wasn't someone who broke into the house to steal the vault.
It was chilling that someone's out there that can do this kind of thing.
Police attempt to speak with Nick, hoping for a description of his assailant.
The child was rolled out on the gurney, and I saw a massive amount of blood on his upper torso, and overheard an emergency room trauma doctor asking him what had happened. And what I heard at that time was, "Bad man hit me with a wok," in a child's language. And that was telling to me that this child is not even old enough to know what had happened to him.
This little kid, adorable little kid, laying on a hospital bed, just medical hardware all over him, trying to fight for life. Nick fought and fought and fought.
Most people that sustain that type of wound don't survive. Fortunately, none of the vital organs were penetrated. The child would be in and out of consciousness, and he was heavily medicated and was recovering. I was going to hang with the kid, regardless of everything else. I was able to kind of let him know, hey, I'm your friend. He needed someone. I tried to reassure him it was going to be okay. I asked him, did you see who attacked you? Do you know what color his clothing was, which he described as black? Could you see his face? And he replied that he was wearing a mask, and the mask was the same color, black. He said, I want my mommy. It was heart-wrenching.
They need to locate Nick's father.
Mike Smith was the ex-husband of Carmen.
There are always automatic thoughts for a detective. One is Carmen in the victimology, recently divorced. So you begin to look at the ex-husband.
You hear there's a divorce. You hear, well, there may be anger, there may be rage.
Detectives learn Nick was supposed to be at his dad's house all weekend, until his mom picked him up unexpectedly.
Mike kept Nicholas when Carmen was out of town. We learned that a couple of days before Carmen's death, she was working. And she wasn't feeling well and came home a day earlier than her schedule had provided. She wasn't supposed to be home.
This means her killer likely knew about her last-minute change in schedule.
Mike Smith knew that she came home a day early because he was angry that she interrupted with his visitation. In any divorce situation, especially where there's a minor, the parent who doesn't get as much time suddenly doesn't have their kid to look at and talk to and play with every day of the week. They're upset. It's just a volatile situation. Emotions get out of control, and some people can't control themselves. People knew that there had been frustrations, knew there had been arguments, knew that there had been a lot of problems because of the divorce.
But the fact is, he could walk through that door of the hospital, and if he was our violent suspect, then I needed to know that.
Detectives identify Mike Smith as a person of interest in the brutal murder of his ex-wife, Carmen.
The hospital started telling me that there were visitors being received, family members, friends. In a lot of cases, somebody that means you to do harm will come to the hospital and try to finish what they started.
They track Mike down, and after a brief interview at the station, he's brought to the hospital.
His emotions are obviously at a high point. The main thing that came to us was studying Mike, backgrounding Mike, sitting down and talking to Mike, looking at his face. He acknowledged accurately the relationship, the cause of the breakdown, and everything that had been going on.
Mike tells detectives he spoke to Carmen by phone at 7:30 a.m. that morning, right after Nick left for school.
The interview of the last person to speak to the deceased is very important. It starts to narrow down the time of death. You learn from the last person generally the state of mind of the deceased.
Mike admits they argued on the phone.
Mike Smith was angry that she came home early and grabbed up Nick. Mike was going through a lot of emotional issues.
They did have some jealousies going on with dating new people and that sort of thing.
The motivator with Mike always comes back to the same thing for me. Do I think that Mike had concerns that Carmen was seeing another man and there was some jealousy there? Yes. Do I think that Mike would have had concern about another man being involved in his son's life? Yes, absolutely.
His familiarity with their home is another factor.
A large component of the investigation was how somebody got into the house. When police officers respond to the scene, they don't find that there's any forced entry. There's not a door that's been kicked in. There's not a broken window or anything like that. This is clearly somebody that's found their way into this crime scene and done so in a stealthy manner. We learned Mike would oftentimes come to the house and stay with Nick when Carmen was absent due to her work schedule.
He knew the house. He knew the inside of the house. He knew the outside of the house.
So you've got motive and you've got opportunity, but you need something else because beyond a reasonable doubt is a very high standard. So the police have to nail down that suspect's alibi, because if they can't nail down an alibi, that opens a crack through which the defense will drive a truck.
Mike had an alibi with work, but there was still a part of that day when he could have gone over there and committed a crime and left.
Alibis are very difficult at times to disprove. Police officers often work on gut feelings. So when you have a gut feeling, you have to pursue it. You know your case. You are living it, you're breathing it.
Police need to find another way to rule Mike in or out.
Law enforcement intentionally allowed him to see Nick because they wanted to gauge the demeanor between the two of them. If it was your loved one and you realized that something this horrible had happened to them, you would expect that there's going to be an emotional reaction. When you don't see that appropriate demeanor, that's a red flag.
I gave them space and their privacy, but I moved to a window where I could observe. And when that child woke up and reached up for his dad, at that moment in time, I said, he's not a suspect. If his father had had anything to do with that, he certainly wouldn't have expressed that kind of comfort. His dad was in tears, he was in tears.
Mike had a lot of difficulty with the divorce, but did he stab his son 18 times? No, not a chance.
Detectives get word that forensic analysis of the crime scene has turned up a new clue.
There were short black hairs on her body. So there was obvious personal contact from a person who didn't match Carmen's strawberry blonde hair or little Nick's solid white hair.
If you have a hair with the follicle attached, there is sufficient DNA for testing. The difference between good DNA and bad DNA is quality and quantity. Quality means that you want to have well-preserved DNA. It's not going to be degraded. Quantity would be having a sufficient number of cells in order to amplify the genetic material.
But in 1995, DNA were 3 letters that nobody knew what it meant. So even with a root the skin tissue involved at the end of a hair, it just wasn't enough from a scientific standpoint.
On a mission to determine who the hair belongs to, police interview people who had access to Carmen's home, starting with Carmen's upstairs neighbor, Lottie Spencer.
Lottie moved in a few months prior to the murder. She worked in a doctor's office and had a 10-year-old daughter.
Christina was a few years older than Nick, but they rode the bus together and stayed in the same house, different portions of the house. Lottie and Carmen did have a unique setup in that they were both happened to be single moms living in this same house. There's really no evidence to show that they had any really close relationship or anything like that. It was more of a roommate type situation, one renting the top portion and one renting the bottom portion.
Lottie tells police she left for work that morning just after 7 a.m., the same time Nick and Christina left to meet the school bus.
She had heard from her daughter, Christina, what had happened and left work early to go to the house to check on her daughter.
Lottie then reveals that Carmen's death may be somehow connected to an unstable individual from her past.
Lottie was able to articulate for us a pretty terrifying series of events that have been going on for almost a full year in her life. Lottie and Wasim Dacre met playing paintball on the same team with each other. So they started off kind of getting to know each other in a social context.
She said that she had initially reached out to him and tried to be a friend. She was trying to be like a big sister to him because he was confiding problems at home.
At the time, Dacre was a 17-year-old student at Georgia Tech University.
He started to become obsessed with her. He was going to her office. He was following her around to restaurants.
Pretty soon, she wanted a more hands-off relationship with him. She was becoming more concerned about his bizarre behavior. So it got to a point where he just wouldn't take no for an answer.
After repeated requests to be left alone, Lottie went to the police.
He was charged with harassing phone calls. There was a stalking charge against him. He was ordered to undergo some psychiatric treatment.
In the fall of 1995, Lottie was starting a new life in East Cobb and moves in with Carmen Smith.
Lottie had just learned that Dacre had been released from a hospital.
He was free to do whatever he wanted to. He's a stalker. And a stalker is like having your own personal terrorist assigned to you.
The discovery of a man stalking her upstairs neighbor dramatically shifts the focus of the Carmen Smith murder investigation.
Law enforcement focused very quickly on wanting to find out where he was and to talk to him about his situation and talk about what he had been doing. Eventually, police located him at his parents' house.
He's kind of a weird and awkward guy and troubled, it seemed, you know, from all indications, and yet very intelligent.
His statement was he didn't even know where Lottie lived, so he denied any involvement in the case.
Did you know about this woman?
I never even heard about it till you guys told me about it.
Did you kill Carmen Smith?
No.
Did you stab her son repeatedly with a knife?
No.
Dacre tells a different story about his relationship with Lottie.
Lottie had always said that it was a platonic relationship. Mr. Dacre claimed the opposite. He claimed that he had been in a romantic relationship with her for some period of time.
Well, Lottie's telling me one thing, you're telling me another. So I don't know who's telling the truth about how this relationship actually was going on.
She denies it completely, but we've had a complete sexual romantic relationship.
With these situations, the cases can be very difficult to prove because it's a he said, she said kind of situation.
Dacre also claims he has an alibi for Carmen's murder.
He claimed that he was home all day, that he was playing computer games with friends. It was a game that required that you play over a modem, that you had to use a home phone.
I know I was home, and I was playing the set. Talk to Colin. I'm not worried.
When we did finally speak to his friend, yes, indeed, he said that he had been playing this game with Mr. Dacre.
His alibi appears solid, and a fundamental question still remains.
Why Carmen Smith? What's his motive to cause any injury or the death of Carmen Smith? Everything that we looked at in the case told us that Carmen and Dacre probably wouldn't know each other if they saw each other on the street.
Detectives turn their attention to other men in Carmen's life.
We talked to family members about her lifestyle and people that she was seeing, people she had dated before. Carmen had just turned 30 years old, a very beautiful young lady. The police wanted to find out a little bit more about their background to see if they could have been a person capable of doing this to her.
They learn about one individual Carmen had been spending a lot of time with lately.
John was in communication with her. I believe he knew about her flight that weekend.
John lived not too far away. He knew her routines, her schedules.
He knew where she lived.
John is brought to the station for questioning.
When you interview someone, you're looking for a number of tells. Body language is just one of them, and it's a very small part. There's certain very basic defensive positions people take when they are not sure, when they feel threatened by the question. The crossing of the legs, the crossing of the arms. Will they look you in the eye when they're talking to you?
When John was interviewed, he acknowledged his attraction to Carmen Smith. He acknowledged that they had been out. He talked about Carmen had confided in him. Carmen hadn't been divorced that long, and guys are stupid. We are what we are. So could there have been some jealousy that maybe she was seeing somebody else? Yeah.
Detectives need to uncover exactly where John was the morning Carmen was attacked.
The alibi that he provided wasn't anything that really could be substantiated because he was alone. So that makes it difficult. You can't say, okay, this person's here, they're clocked in at work, other people saw them, or they're shopping and they have a receipt, or there wasn't anything like that available. So the lack of alibi was a concern.
Without a clear alibi, it becomes a question of motive.
This was not a chance murder. This was not a quick murder. This was a very deliberate act.
There was nothing about him that would suggest that he was controlling and possessive and would be angry about anything that was going on in her life. Again, there was, do you like somebody? Yeah. Do you want them to see somebody else? No. Would you kill him over it? No. He's not that kind of guy. It was pursued, it was looked at, and in the course of all that, it dropped out.
For detectives, this means a disturbed killer is still walking the streets of East Cobb.
On violent crimes, you certainly want to find who's responsible and get them locked down.
If you talk to most law enforcement professionals involved in working homicides, most of them would probably tell you that they expect that they're going to be able to solve their case quickly and be able to make sure that you can bring justice to your victim and make sure that the general public is protected from future crimes. One of the frustrating parts, though, is you don't have that crystal ball at the time to know whether this is a case that's going to go cold. I want to, as a personal matter and professional matter, make sure that I've done everything that I can to bring justice to Nick and to bring justice to Carmen.
I remember the stress and I remember the focus in the office. This is it. You live it, you breathe it, you eat it, you sleep it or don't sleep it. I don't sleep much. It's an overwhelming burden. You have to do everything. And in order to do that, you have to live that case. That victim is mine. Carmen and Nicholas Smith are mine.
After weeks of waiting, they receive a key piece of evidence.
Probably one of the first times that law enforcement had obtained phone records in a case like this.
Remember, in 1995, it was a very difficult task to figure out whose number was called.
Within the massive paper trail lies a shocking clue.
There were calls made from inside the home that day.
One call was placed from the downstairs portion of the house, Carmen's portion of the house, upstairs to Lottie's portion of the house. And the records clearly showed to us that this call was placed after she had been murdered.
Records show a call was made from Carmen's phone to the upstairs neighbor in the hours following her murder.
Because we knew the time of death was in the morning, this was a pretty significant piece of evidence.
Police believe the call, which came in at 11:32 a.m., suggests the killer must have had a connection with someone upstairs.
When you're looking at a piece of evidence, your gut leads you often to the right conclusion. All you do is follow the evidence, follow the phone calls.
We've got a guy, a documented stalker.
We really needed to take another look at this guy, Mr. Dacre. No other perpetrator in the world would take the time to not only remain in a crime scene, but to be so obsessed with the person upstairs that they're gonna make that phone call. He already demonstrated that he is incapable of controlling himself in terms of the harassment and intimidation. He had continued to stalk Lottie, continued to contact her against her will.
Believing Dacre poses a threat, detectives act swiftly.
It became clear that law enforcement could prove several counts of aggravated stalking here in Cobb County. A decision was made to arrest him for those counts against Lottie in the hope that they could further their investigation.
There was never a, we can't get him for this, so let's get him for this. The aggravated stalking was an obvious crime, and it's a dangerous crime.
He was brought to the police station. He continued to deny knowing Carmen.
As part of his arrest, Dacre provides blood and tissue samples. Police also execute a search warrant of his home.
You can't crawl inside somebody's mind and see what they were thinking at the time they committed these very horrible acts. But you can sort of get a glimpse of it by understanding what their lifestyle's like and what they were involved in. In his house, there were thousands of images of pornography that were found on a laptop. A lot of the images involved binding up and torturing women, which matched almost identically to the type of crime that we were dealing with. We found some email correspondence in his inbox where he had apparently asked for books about some really terrifying things. How to break into houses, how to kill people without joy. One of the books in particular talked about how you could effectively use an ice pick as a weapon to control your victim. We did find ice picks that he used routinely to clean his paintball guns, and some knives that were the same brand as the broken knife blade that was left at the crime scene. So he had access to the type of weapons that were clearly used on Carmen.
In the search of Wasim's room, there was a safe. When I was 17 years old, I didn't have a safe because my mom wouldn't let me hide anything. But there's a safe. And when it was open, there's a handcuff box, and it's empty. Where are the handcuffs?
The most telling evidence is found discarded in his room.
A couple of letters that were found in a trash can. He was writing about his thoughts about Lottie, one of which was particularly chilling. It was ripped up, where he closed the letter by basically saying that he had a foolproof plan to get back at Lottie, but that he was going to somehow let her live.
My impression is that he wanted to cause Loretta Spencer Bites more pain than she could tolerate without putting physical pain on her.
You start to understand that this might be a case of displacement, where an offender is clearly taking out his anger against one person and using it against somebody else.
On September 19, 1996, Dacre is found guilty of stalking Loretta Spencer.
He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The investigation never stopped into the murder of Carmen Smith and the assault on Nicholas. Every step of this case, every piece of evidence, every thought, every circumstance went right back to Wasim Dacre.
We never quit. These cases are not wasting away in some old file cabinet. These are always fresh on our minds.
But in 2005, Wasim Dacre is nearing the end of his prison sentence for the aggravated stalking.
Make no mistake about it, Mr. Dacre is not your average criminal. He is an extremely intelligent individual, and that makes him that much more dangerous.
He's not going to be told no by a judge or a doctor or anybody else. He's going to do whatever the hell Wasim Dacre wants to do.
You certainly want to keep that individual off the street. There's always a sense of urgency, and we're going to bring you to justice.
Police are convinced Wasim Dacre is the man responsible for the murder of Carmen Smith and the brutal assault of her young son. Now, they have to prove it.
He's a dangerous individual. Once he was released from prison, he's going right back to Lottie.
So he was released in 2005. He was out amongst us.
There's extra pressure and stress to try to grab him up. Our best evidence in this case was hair evidence that we hadn't been able to do anything with.
It was crucial where this evidence was located. It wasn't just found at some area of the crime scene. It was literally recovered from the body of Carmen Smith underneath her shirt.
By 2009, DNA testing has dramatically improved.
Some of the hair evidence that was preserved on the slides from 1995 had biological material, root. We sent those hairs to a private company in Texas so that they could obtain a profile.
Detective John Dawes delivers the sample personally.
It was quite a day leaving Atlanta before daylight, maintaining the evidence with me in a hotel room that night, knowing the importance of it and the value of it. And it worked. December 31st of 2009, I got a call from the scientist that it was Wasim Dacre. And the percentages that it might have been a duplicate profile of his DNA were so ridiculous. There aren't that many people in the world.
Between this evidence and the phone call made from inside the apartment, detectives know Dacre's original alibi was manufactured.
We have overwhelming circumstantial evidence. Now we have DNA. Let's go.
Using the reconstructed timeline, they can now prove he's the killer.
He waited until the children got on the school bus. He waited till Lottie went to work.
He entered the home at some time in the morning.
He knew how to avoid detection.
We know that at some point she was placed in handcuffs. We know that he stabbed her in the back with an ice pick. There were deep ligature marks that were left on her neck, clearly showing that she died of ligature strangulation.
He went there to commit a heinous assault. He's absolutely a conscienceless, unremorseful killer. And then to sit with her dead body for hours, relishing in what he's accomplished, to the point that the 5-year-old son comes home. And to grab him around the neck and stab him repeatedly in the chest.
On September 13th, 2012, Wasim Dacre, acting as his own lawyer, pleads not guilty.
Nick testified that he took his mother from him and that he was always going to have Wasim's rage stamped on his chest, basically, in the form of those stab wounds.
Nick grew out of being a victim right there that day on the stand in the trial of his mom's murder and his assault.
It was just a pit in your stomach, praying that the jury was going to see it the same way that we did.
After a 2-week trial, it takes the jury just 4 hours to reach their decision.
The guilty verdict was a huge relief. It was a relief to my team. It was a relief to John Dawes, and to be able to look Nick in the eyes and be able to confirm for him that we had finally done what we hadn't been able to do for so terribly long, which is to not only hold the person accountable that took his mother away from him, but to hold the person accountable that had dramatically impacted his life.
That is the best thing that I'll ever receive from a case that we got through.
Wasim Dacre is sentenced to life in prison, plus 47 years. His latest appeal was denied in 2016 by the Georgia Supreme Court.
This case was an honor and a privilege to be a part of. It was sheer effort, but the best of some of the hardest working people that you've ever seen.
And I believe that's our role as homicide investigators, is to speak for the dead, because, you know, damn it, there's a story to be told. And just because you took somebody's life doesn't mean we're not going to tell it.
It was heartbreaking. These 2 innocent girls were viciously murdered.
A brutal killing.
Both victims were killed by asphyxiation, cord wrapped around their throats.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
Everything was a possibility. Stalkers, someone they met or brought home.
You want to try to narrow in who's the last person in that apartment.
When you find out that they have some aggressive tendencies, that makes them even more of a suspect.
The truth will be revealed.
There was something psychologically wrong with him. Dealing with people like that, anything's liable to happen.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. New York, a place where anything can happen. and where anyone can become someone.
It's a big city with plenty of opportunities.
This was the start. If you can't make it in New York, you can't make it anywhere.
But behind the glamour lies darkness.
West Harlem in 1992.
It was during the holiday season coming up, December 19th, close to Christmas, and the call came into the homicide squad.
There was a complaint from the woman who lived in the apartment below about the water coming from the apartment above. The super went up to investigate, knocked on the door, no answer.
The apartment belongs to 20-year-old Nikki Silas and 19-year-old Brittany Rojas.
After not getting any answer, he decided to go from the roof down to the fire escape. And when he looked into the apartment, he seen who he knew as Nikki laying in the bed. He thought she was asleep, so he was banging on the window. Banging hard and got no response, so he forced the window open. And he went to touch her to wake her up and realized she wasn't gonna wake up. She was dead. And he went towards the front where the water leak was coming from, and he found Brittany's body floating in the tub.
He picked up the phone and called the police.
Detectives Daryl Hayes and Rudy Hall of Manhattan North Homicide are assigned to the case. Inside the apartment, they find a grisly scene.
As you enter the apartment door from the hallway, to the left is a bathroom. You can see that there was a struggle. You see the sink dislodged and on the floor. And then you see Brittany Rojas in the tub. She had her cord wrapped around her neck. We weren't sure at that time if that was the cause of her death. Was it that she was strangled to death, or did she drown? As you walk to the bedroom where Nikki Silas is on the bed, you can see that she was disrobed and she was dead. You couldn't tell at that time if there was a rape. You just seen her laying there like she was asleep. And same thing, Nikki had a ligature cord around her throat.
That is strange when you find two bodies in one location. But this whole case was strange. I think they were good girls. They didn't deserve to die. By no means.
I think in any homicide case, a team of detectives see the side of the victim's family that's suffering for the loss of their child. And it's our job to put closure to it.
To solve the murder, detectives must piece together the last 24 hours of the victims' lives.
The ME gives you a time of death as close as they can, based on the temperature of the body, based on post-mortem. But at the time, during the initial crime scene, we didn't know that. We tried to get noise complaints if anybody heard anything, tried a timeline of when this water leak started coming into the apartment. We found on the counter there was a receipt. On the receipt, it named a particular store in the neighborhood a couple of blocks away.
The receipt is time-stamped, December 19th, 1:15 a.m.
A team of detectives went there to talk to the night clerk that remembered a female coming in to purchase some groceries about that time. So we knew that they were alive from the point of the receipt going forward.
The information gathered allows them to place time of death between 1:30 and 3 a.m.
The medical examiner told us that both victims were killed by asphyxiation. The assumption was that Brittany was attacked sexually, but we just didn't have the concrete evidence. She was submerged in water, so if there was any DNA that was available, it was contaminated.
Detectives do find DNA evidence on Nikki Silas's body.
The ME couldn't say for sure that that DNA would be from the victim having sex with the murderer Or is it that she had sex with her boyfriend and he went off to go to work and then somebody came in and attacked her?
They send the sample from Nikki to the lab and continue to process the scene.
The apartment to me looked like it was in disarray. You could see that somebody ransacked the place. Maybe they came in and the burglar was already in the apartment.
But it wasn't a straight out robbery. The way the bodies were found, if it's a robbery, you don't hang around to rape anybody. You want to get your loot and get out.
It showed no signs of forced entry at the front door. So the question comes, okay, then they either had access to the apartment or were allowed in by one or two or both people living in the apartment.
Police then discover a handwritten note at the foot of Nikki's bed.
It said, train directions to and from Queens to Manhattan, and getting off at the exit closer to their house. We were determining if somebody was visiting the apartment that never been there before, that they needed directions. We didn't know if that was something old or new. You couldn't put a timeline. It didn't have a date. How significant at that time, we couldn't determine.
In most instances, a murderer doesn't just kill random people. There's usually a connection. And if there's more than one dead body at a scene, usually the police can determine whether or not the second person was just an accident, essentially, in the wrong place at the wrong time.
With no way to know which one was targeted, detectives start to trace both girls' contacts.
In most homicide cases, we always request the phone logs. You want to try to narrow in who's the last person that somebody in that apartment spoke to. Then you want to talk to that person or persons and say, well, did they indicate they were having problems with anybody? Normally, you can get them back in a short period of time. Now, keep in mind, this is December 19th. It's close to the holiday season. And at that particular time, they had an active kidnapping homicide case going on. So it's delayed the phone records coming back on a timely fashion.
They now have the heartbreaking task of contacting the families.
It's hard to make notifications to a family member saying that somebody's deceased or passed away. You want to make sure that there's other family members and a support mechanism there that could help, because you don't know how they're going to react to it.
I was just going to bed and the doorbell rang. There were 2 policemen there. And they said there's been an accident in New York. And at the time, I couldn't click it. I just couldn't think, well, Nikki doesn't drive, so it couldn't have been a car accident. And then when they came in and they told us, it was like somebody pulled the rug out from under me. And my husband just fell apart.
Detectives learn Nikki was a college student from Massachusetts, and Brittany was from Queens.
Brittany moved in with Nikki after Thanksgiving. Her mother still lived in Brazil. I just think she was all alone as far as having a parent around.
The family had mentioned that Nikki was into dancing and doing videos, and it was determined that she did a video with one of the Caribbean artists named Shabba Ranks.
They had ambitions of being in the show business world, the dancing and all the glitter that goes along with that.
I think that was her goal, to make contacts. If she got in the video, maybe she would have a chance to do some acting. She had been home that Thanksgiving, and she told me that she couldn't pay the rent anymore. So her plan was to finish college there for the semester and come home. She came home on the 22nd, but not the way I expected. She came home in a casket.
Detectives also interview Nikki's brother Damon about his last contact with her.
About 9 p.m., Nikki's on the phone with her brother who called her to see what's going on, and she's telling him that she's got company, they're playing cards. No names were given. Now we gotta find who that person or persons are.
Nikki's family does have an idea of who it could be.
When the police told me she had been murdered, both Damon and I said, it's gotta be Cooley.
Cooley was Nikki's boyfriend.
Nikki telling her mother that Cooley was a vicious person that attacked her and was abusive to her.
I said, I didn't bring you into this world to be abused. I said, you need to get away from that. But she wasn't gonna leave New York, as far as Cooley was concerned.
Usually the boyfriend or the husband is the first person you look at as being a suspect. And when you find out that they have some aggressive tendencies insofar as domestic violence, that makes them even more of a suspect.
A man named Cooley has quickly become a person of interest in the double homicide of Brittany Rojas and Nikki Silas.
He had a previous record for domestic violence. He's the prime person you want to find first. We found out that this person worked at the Apollo Theater in Harlem. When he's brought in, initially, we challenged him with the things we found out. He was forthcoming, saying, yes, we had relationship problems. We were arguing all the time, but he denied ever putting his hands on her. He denied ever threatening her. But yet, he did say that he didn't want her to be around people, socializing with people, and felt that with her being in the video business and meeting celebrities, he might lose her to somebody else that was more successful. You say to yourself, you know, hey, he has an anger issue, but is it enough to say that he would be willing to commit this type of murder?
They need to know where he was between 1 and 3 a.m.
Cooley had an alibi that had to be checked and verified. It was sketchy. It wasn't enough to say he couldn't have made this time frame of when we believe the homicide took place.
Detectives try another tack to link him to the crime.
When we said, well, we want DNA, he didn't hesitate. But it could be, hey, that's my girlfriend, of course we had sex, so you can have my DNA, I didn't do anything wrong.
Despite his shaky alibi and a potential explanation for the presence of his DNA, it's still not enough to physically place him at the scene.
We went back to the neighborhood and we discovered someone who noticed something interesting in the apartment building or in the area. Daniel Ramirez was the assistant super. He would have known who belonged in the building and who didn't. He's very observant.
He happened to be there that particular day, a little later than 1 in the morning.
Ramirez reports that he sees these two African Americans leaving the building. One looks very upset. He's so agitated to the point that he throws up, leaving the building.
The other gentleman was carrying what he believed to be either a duffel bag or a laundry bag with a safe that was protruding out of this bag. Daniel Ramirez helped the sketch be composed of what he saw of these individuals going down the stairs and out the building. Cooley had to stand in a lineup, which he consented to. And Mr. Ramirez observed the lineup with Cooley in it, and he did not identify Cooley in the lineup as a person or persons of the two people going out of the building during the time that we believe the homicide occurred. After the interview, the results came in that it wasn't his DNA. That proved to us at that time that he wasn't what caused her death.
With Cooley ruled out, detectives revisit the crime scene evidence. They examine letters addressed to Brittany Rojas.
We found out that Brittany was in communication with an inmate that was being held at Rikers Island, knowing that he was incarcerated at the time. That proved that he couldn't have done it. But maybe he says, you know what, I know that they felt threatened or they were having some personal issues in their life that might have been the reason that they were killed. So we had to go interview this person and have a conversation to see if he might have been aware of any reason anybody would have been after attacking Brittany or maybe her roommate, Nikki Salas. He said he loved her. He claims he didn't know that she was having any problems with anybody that he might have been aware of. But during the interview, it was mentioned that one of the locations that Brittany and Nikki worked was in a peep show called Show World.
It's a bombshell for detectives, and the Times Square location is well known to police.
When the Navy comes in with the big ships, the sailors come in, the first thing they do is they go to Show World, put their money in, they want to see dancers on stage, take their clothes off. And that's where a lot of these celebrity dance artists and stuff would go to pick girls that sit in on a video shoot and perform and dance.
When investigators discovered that these two girls were more than students, that they were working at this well-established club, for them it opened up a whole host of other potential suspects. Establishments like this attract a certain criminal element.
So my initial thought was whatever happened to them came from Show World.
They learn it was here where Brittany and Nikki first met and decided to become roommates.
Some people believe it's a lot of seedy females that work there, but 90% of the females that do work there are school kids. You know, going to school, trying to support their education. They got a percentage of what slots money came in, and that's how they made their money. It pays well. On an average night, they can make $400 or $500.
But while Nikki and Brittany lived on the straight and narrow, many of the customers did not.
You have people that come in there that have drug abuse. You have people that come in there that are sex crime perpetrators.
Everything was a possibility. Stalkers, someone they met.
The visitors, the men who are there, can see who's making the money. And it's not very difficult to imagine a scenario where the patrons of a strip club will follow home a dancer and attempt to rob them.
When you're dealing with people like that, anything's liable to happen.
Detectives question the girls' co-workers.
Brittany had a regular person who she used to date from the show world. An admirer, an older person.
He was giving her a lot of attention and cash. The term was sugar daddy.
Brittany was known to spend time with him outside the club.
One of the theories was that because he knew where she lived, that maybe he was there on that particular night and something went wrong. Maybe he says, hey, you can't be around nobody else. You're gonna do what I say. I'm giving you money.
And she refused. He got angry, and he killed her.
And if Nikki was a witness, it might be you're forced to make that decision to take out because she know who you are.
Rape is a very serious offense. There's a high incentive for you to make sure that nobody in that apartment is left to tell the police what you've done.
You want to find this person. You want to know who he is. What was he about?
The discovery that a sugar daddy dated murder victim Brittany Rojas has detectives staking out a Times Square nightclub.
He comes there frequently enough that we felt comfortable to pick him up whenever he showed up. You want to talk to him, try to find out where he was during the night of this particular case. What was his interest in her? Was it solely a sex relation, or was it just, hey, you felt real bad, she's struggling, and you have money, and you just wanted to give her money for her to spend time with you? So the first thing you're looking for is any facial marks, scratches, any indication that they look like they've been in a fight. Because it was a severe fight in there. You know, she put up a struggle. He had no injuries, he didn't show signs. He was really upset that she was dead.
When someone's being extremely cooperative with police, it can either be taken in a number of ways. It can be a flag that that person is trying to get their attention away from somebody else. Or it could be that they sincerely want to work with the police to try to get something solved.
You ask him a question, he answered it as best he could. I'm not gonna say it was a love relationship, but he really liked her. He felt real bad and said, if there's anything that I could do to help solve this, I'd be willing to. And the alibi that he gave was substantial enough to prove that he wasn't a part of the crime. He couldn't have made it to that location and did what he had to do and get back. His DNA didn't match Nikki's, and he was ruled out.
It was heartbreaking because these two innocent girls were viciously murdered, and there wasn't much to go on as far as clues or evidence.
Every time we thought we had something, they were ruled out. Every time we thought we had some valuable information, it turned out to be no good. So you're trying to put the time pieces together, and there was no other fingerprints in there that we can come across. So the case is what we call stale. You're back to ground zero.
For Nikki's already grieving family, what the case uncovers only causes more pain.
When they told me that she was working at Show World, I was shocked. I felt awful. I wished she had called me and asked me for some money. But the media made a circus out of it. Every weekend, there would be something on the front page. And they were always negative, as if Nikki, because she was in Show World, that's why she was murdered. That was all hurtful. But that was not what made Nikki Show World. It just wasn't. She was a good soul.
After 2 weeks of waiting, detectives finally received Nikki and Brittany's phone records.
We noticed that a phone call was made from the apartment to a number listed in Queens around the time the murders occurred. And we were very curious about what that phone call was about and the substance of it.
And keep in mind, we had the directions that was given to how to get to Nikki and Brittany's apartment from Queens. I want to go out and invade people's privacy, find out what they don't want people to know, and get the results, and that's what I do.
So we head off to the address where the phone is located. We knock on the door, the female answers, and we announce who we are and why we were there. We had a phone call being made to that apartment. She said she didn't remember, but she said, well, there was a voice message left on the voicemail from somebody that was looking for my boyfriend, Tommy, who's not here right now. And this person sounded very agitated and excited. And we asked if we could listen to the voice message. And she told us she no longer had the phone or the tape. Gave us a story about having an argument with her boyfriend, and she throwing the phone at him, the phone broke, and it was in the garbage.
Or is the phone being thrown away because you know what the end result was and you was trying to get rid of the evidence?
So we had the emergency service search the dumpster. We found the phone, but there was no tape.
This call may be the only link to the killer, and only one person can tell detectives what was said.
She didn't know this person, but her boyfriend would know. Later, we got a phone call from the boyfriend, Tommy. We had listened to the message, and he identified the person on the other end as a friend of his by the name of Antoine Atterbury, and he lived at an address in Queens.
Antoine was calling him to complain that the person he was with was bugging out, attacking his females in this apartment, and he didn't want no parts of it, and he was out of there. So now you got somebody that can say, we're in that apartment on the day of the incident. 2 girls are dead, and the only one that can speak on anything is Antoine Atterbury. But is he a part of it?
Detectives dig into the background of a potential witness to the brutal murders of Nikki and Brittany.
Once we had the name Antoine Atterbury, we could do a criminal check. Nothing stuck out to say he was a wanted person or a known felon that got locked up numerous times. We found out that he had gotten a job at one of the premier department stores in Queens, that his mother was an upper-level manager there. So his life was positive. And myself and Detective Hall, now that we got where Antoine lives, we take a ride out to Queens. He wasn't shocked to me, you know, when we came in. He didn't look like, you know, somebody that has something to hide. He treated us like gentlemen.
I'm a good interviewer, and I'm a good judge of character. It's something that you develop over the years by talking to different people. You can usually tell when someone's hiding something.
Detectives ask Antoine about the murders.
He first denied knowing that they were killed. He said he didn't hear it or see it on the news.
Then, they confront him with a phone call.
He was trying to play it down. He just wouldn't give up too much information. It was like pulling teeth with him. You know, he'd give you what you want to hear at times, and that was true.
He didn't come out readily and make the admissions on his own.
As the questioning continues, Detective Hayes spots something interesting.
On the left of the living room floor is a silhouette of a safe. That safe that we see is what Ramirez sees in a duffel bag or a laundry bag of one of them leaving the building. That might be the safe that we're talking about. I cannot say how shocking it was that it would be invisible sight.
In a murder investigation, there's really no such thing as coincidence. It's the result of a lot of legwork, a lot of door knocking, interviewing suspects. It's something that happens because you make your own luck.
We asked him about the safe. He says, it's not mine. That's my roommate's. He brought that stuff here. And we went around and around until he finally admitted that he did make the phone call.
That says that Antoine Atterbury is at that apartment. So we put him in the car to go back to the 2-4 precinct. He started realizing that he's in trouble and that I might as well just tell the truth.
Antoine tells detectives his roommate, Kevin Latson, met Brittany in Queens a few weeks earlier.
He was coming out of getting a haircut, ran into her in front of the barbershop and struck up a conversation. They exchanged phone numbers. Some weeks to a month later, he bumps into her again and said, well, I thought you was gonna call me. She said, look, yeah, we can go out, but I got a roommate now. He said, oh, that's strange, I got a guy living with me too. Maybe we could do a double date. Basically, they set up this day to go out, December 18th.
Brittany had given Kevin written directions for the train.
Those were the directions that we found to how to get to Nikki and Brittany's apartment from his house in Queens.
Antoine says that he and Kevin got to the girls' apartment around 8 p.m. They spent several hours playing cards. Then, Antoine claims, late in the evening, he left the apartment with Nikki.
And when they came back, they found Brittany's body, and Kevin was all agitated.
He tells us that Kevin snatches Nikki, and that's when Antoine starts making the call. And when he makes that call and he leaves that voice message, he says he runs out the apartment, and he made it clear, I left that apartment, I didn't leave with anything, I ran out there with nothing. He don't know exactly what time Kevin came down, but he was already out before Kevin. But the question always is, besides calling your friend, why didn't you call the police?
People put themselves into a crime scene and realize they have to get themselves out with minimal guilt.
So we don't know. Did they both do it?
The only way to verify Antoine's story is to find the other man who was there that night.
We went back to Queens looking for his roommate, Kevin Latson. We found him on the street heading toward the apartment. And we scooped him up and brought him back to 24th Precinct. We walked him by Antoine to make sure that they both know that they were both there.
Officers will often place someone against the other person. Well, what they'll do is they'll go talk to one person and say, did you know this person mentioned this about you? It may not always be true, but it's a way to try to find out who the true culprits are.
Kevin was upset because he thought Antoine was stalking. He was more upset about that than anything else.
There's a huge amount of contempt on the streets for rats. If you talk to the police, or you get called out as being a rat, even if you're not one, your life can be in danger.
Detectives need to break Kevin's silence and discover who really killed Nikki and Brittany.
He didn't show any signs of remorse. He didn't show any signs like he didn't care. He just was one of those like, all right, if y'all ain't got no evidence, I'm out of here. He was cold.
We was telling him, you know, you're gonna go down. This is your opportunity to come clean because your buddies are giving it all up and he's blaming you. He never broke them. Kept denying. Where in Atterbury was very open, remorseful. Kevin was just the opposite, which made me believe Antoine more than I did Kevin.
Investigators have one more card to play in Daniel Ramirez. The witness, who can possibly place both of them at the scene.
It was a positive hit on both of them. Daniel Ramirez says that both Kevin Latson and Antoine Atterbury were the two people he saw leaving the building. Atterbury with nothing in his hands and throwing up, looking distressed. And Kevin with the duffel bag with the safe. You could say, wow, that's what we were waiting for. It gave probable cause that we know that both of them were involved at the time of the homicide.
This confirms Kevin was outside the building, but it's still not enough to prove which of them did it. They now need something that puts him inside the girl's home.
Antoine told us that Kevin Latson took a lot of music CDs that the girls had in the apartment, jewelry, and one of the biggest things was the coat that Kevin gave this girl, saying he bought it for her for Christmas. Well, once we knew the coat came from the girlfriend, we had her statement saying that she received this coat from him. He was presented with that, but he couldn't deny it because he knows he gave it to her. You would have thought Kevin would have rolled over and said, wait, I didn't do this by myself. I did Nikki, but he did Brittany. And that never surfaced.
The only thing I can surmise is that he didn't want to snitch on his friend. We told him, well, we got DNA there, so you might as well tell us the truth.
Once police have you in their sights, if you, as a suspect, think you're getting away with murder, you're sadly mistaken.
Detectives Daryl Hayes and Rudy Hall close in on key evidence needed to deliver justice for Nikki and Brittany.
When they got the DNA results back, it's what I suspected. DA was a match with Kevin Latson.
He knew then, I think, that he was going to see freedom, that it was done.
Detectives arrest and charge Kevin Latson with double homicide, as well as criminal possession of stolen property.
Antoine pled guilty to burglary. If he had picked up the phone and called the police, I think the DA would have looked at him in a different light.
They now know the details behind the last 24 hours of the young women's lives and how a casual date brought them into the orbit of a heartless killer.
Antoine leaves Queens with Kevin. They get on the train. They decide they're going to the movies and maybe go somewhere to eat. That was the initial plan. But as they get to the station of 94th Street where the girls live, and they come out, it's pouring down rain. So when they get to the apartment, they said, well, you know what? Let's just wait the rain to go past and then we'll go out. So in the meantime, they're socializing, gathering, and it just never stopped. It just kept raining, kept raining. Nikki's on the phone with her brother who called her to see what's going on, and she's telling them that she's got company, they're playing cards. They decide, look, instead of y'all going back in this rain because y'all came through the subway and it's still raining, y'all can stay here tonight. They decide Brittany and Nikki gonna sleep in one room, and Antoine and Kevin will be in another room. It started unraveling when they decided to sleep in separate rooms. So in Kevin's mind, what? We sleep in separate rooms. I don't want to sleep with him, I want to sleep with you, being Brittany. Nikki decides that she's gonna walk her dog, and Antoine Atterbury goes out with her. And Nikki purchased something from a store. While Nikki and Antoine are outside walking the dog, it's apparent that Kevin Latson attacks Brittany in the bathroom. And a struggle ensued, which caused the sink in the bathroom to dismount off the wall, and her being found with a cord in the tub wrapped around her throat.
Nikki and Antoine come back to the apartment, and they find Brittany dead in the bathtub. And Kevin, very agitated, grabs Nikki, pulls her into the bedroom, rapes her, then strangles her.
Antoine decides to pick up the phone and call a friend of his out in Queens and tell him that Kevin is bugging out, he's attacking these girls, and I don't want to be a part of it, and I'm out of here.
They leave the apartment after taking the safe, some jewelry, and some clothing, and they're seen by the super helper, Daniel Ramirez, downstairs, leaving the building. Kevin Latson was there for sex. I think he killed Brittany because he make sexual advances toward her and she refused. And it angered him, and he strangled her.
In March 1995, Kevin Latson is convicted and given 40 years to life.
Latson, there was something psychologically wrong with him. If it hadn't been this, it'd have been something else.
Antoine Atterbury is sentenced to 7 to 21 years for burglary. But in a twist of fate, it becomes a life sentence.
Antoine ended up dying in prison in 2002. Antoine, I just think it was a person caught wrong place, wrong time.
In an attempt at closure, 20 years later, Karen Silas asks to meet with Kevin Latson.
I wasn't a bit nervous going in. It was like I'm supposed to do this. I started talking first and, told him that I didn't hate him, but I hated what he did to Nikki, what he did to us, how he changed so many lives, and how it affected so many lives. He said he made a big, stupid mistake. He wished he had never done it. He apologized many times for what he did to us. I truly believed he was remorseful. There was nothing cocky or put on about him. He was real. I came out of that prison like someone had taken a weight off my shoulder.
In this particular case, after it was all over, I thought to myself, I said, oh, how sad that they had to come to this fate.
Nikki, she'll be young forever. I think about her and think, would she be married? I think about her kids. If she had kids, I miss that that's not going to be. But I still have a lot of blessings. That's what counts. It's not what's missing, it's what you have.
I can't imagine who has the capacity to be this evil, to be this inhumane.
A brutal killing.
It was something I've never seen in 36 years. The dismemberment was almost done surgically.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
Right away, it gets you thinking along the lines of a serial murderer.
If you looked at his eyes, you could tell that he was a psychopath.
Anybody that she had contact with that night could have killed her.
The truth will be revealed.
This was truly a whodunit.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Manchester, New Hampshire, a blue-collar former mill town threaded with waterways.
The Piscataqua River flows into the Merrimack River. The two do connect in almost the center of Manchester. There's homes along the river. There's an old railroad trestle that kids would use to jump off of and jump into the water in the summertime.
But one summer's day, something disturbing emerges from the depths.
Several swimmers were out there, and one in particular swam up to what he thought was a bag.
It was so out of place that this person decided to look at it.
He looked inside and thought what he saw was a body of a small child or an infant.
These people were just horrified.
Detective Lieutenant Mark Putney and Detective James Susi are immediately called to the scene.
All your adrenaline and everything just kicks in, and I flew over to the west side to the Piscataqua River expecting to find a baby inside of a bag. When I opened the bag, the first thing I saw was a torso of a woman.
Headless, armless, and no legs, face down at the time.
It was obvious to us that she had been dismembered. It was something I've never seen in 36 years, and I've investigated probably over 50 homicides, so it was very disturbing.
Who could do something like this to another human being?
Things start running through your mind as to, what happened and who is this person.
Without the head, it becomes much more difficult to identify somebody because you don't have any dental records, you don't have any basis of comparison.
We knew we needed to start conducting a search. The water, the trestle, the walkways, the marsh, the entire area, in hopes to find the remaining body parts.
You're obligated to search as much as you can for body parts. I mean, that brings closure to the family on one side, but also may provide evidence.
When we didn't find the rest of the body, we assumed that it happened at some other location and the body was dumped there. So now our crime scene really went citywide. We didn't have any idea where this happened.
An examination of the torso yields a key detail.
She had a tattoo on her right shoulder that had the first name of Mary.
They immediately cross-reference the name with the town's recently disappeared and get a hit.
Mary Stetson was reported missing that morning by her oldest daughter, Tamara.
And they came and picked us up, and we went down to the station. It was weird because I was sitting in the car and I seen a helicopter up in the sky and people heading over towards the water where we live. And I was like, oh my God, what's going on?
There's no delicate way to tell someone that their mother was dismembered. You have to just explain it. And yeah, it's something that you don't forget.
To find out it was my mother's torso. It's just disgusting. It made me sick. That's when my life changed,
It's a horrific crime. And to know that she had 5 children, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It's something that, will stay with me the rest of my life.
Mary Stetson was described as a wonderful mom, somebody who was a good provider.
My mother was working at a cable company. She would work 40, 50 hours a week. She was tall, long legs, just beautiful, inside and out.
Her oldest daughter, Tamara, gave information that her mother had gone out on the night of the 18th, and that since that night, her mother never returned home. She said that was very unusual. She was last seen at 5:45 on the 18th and discovered on the 20th.
Creating a timeline is critical to any police investigation. Without a timeline, it's often difficult, if not impossible, for police to create a suspect list, and it makes it almost impossible for murder to be solved.
From the moment she was killed into the moment she was disposed of was probably over a 24-hour period. We determined that the death probably occurred late on the 18th, early on the 19th.
Narrowing it down further will prove a challenge.
When finding a body in water, it can prove difficult in determining cause of death and time of death. Being submerged in water may accelerate the internal changes in the body and cause decomposition at an advanced rate than it would outside the water. You also may have fish plucking out the hair and taking pieces of skin off the body. You also may have artifact from motorboats. The propeller can make deep cuts in the body to make it look like there was stabbing or cutting before they died.
But the injuries to Mary's torso point to something far more deliberate.
The medical examiner of New Hampshire did an autopsy, and he was able to determine that she died of multiple stab wounds, I think 12 to be specific, to her chest cavity. That tells me that somebody was very angry, extremely upset, and determined to kill this person, that it wasn't something that was an accident or a random act.
It clearly seemed like it was a personal attack. Something, I think we would characterize as, vicious, evil.
The frenzy of that attack contrasts with what the killer does next.
The dismemberment was almost done surgically. The cuts were very clean, right through the flesh and right through the bone. It didn't look like it was done by, to me, an amateur.
What that says about the mindset of the person is that they have this willingness not only to kill, but to get up close and personal and chop somebody into little bits.
You're already looking for a certain type of person. It takes a lot of strength, even if you know what you're doing. So the person you look for is likely male. That could be someone in the medical profession. That could also be someone who is a butcher.
We were looking for someone who had the capacity and the knowledge to dispose of a body, to throw off investigators, to both the victim and the suspect. And also someone who was so completely evil and depraved that could do something like this to another human being. It gets you thinking along the lines of a serial murderer.
One of the first things we did in this case was reach out to other police departments to see if they had any similar crimes in other jurisdictions.
So we were looking for a similar pattern.
There were no other cases that matched this case.
Detectives shift the focus to Mary's relationships to locate anyone she had contact with prior to her murder.
Most murders are committed between people who know each other in one capacity or another, and I call them crimes of passion.
We really needed to uncover every corner and lift up every stone and specifically get into the details of her life and what she was about and who she socialized with.
They turn to Mary's 22-year-old daughter, Tamra.
My mother talked to my father, but he lived all the way in Louisiana.
Her ex-husband wasn't a suspect. It was a very friendly relationship.
But the family can point them to someone who connects directly to Mary's timeline.
On the 18th, in the afternoon, she was supposed to go out with a guy named Chris.
And he never showed, and she was ready to, go out and have a good time. My mother wasn't the type to wait around. She's like, it's my Sunday. Hey, I'm leaving. She left the house at 5:45 in a taxi cab.
Mary's date then shows up less than an hour after she leaves the house.
It was a very quick conversation. Is your mother here? Is Mary here? And she said no, she had left. And the person said okay and left.
This unknown person is not somebody that she frequents with or socializes with. It was somebody that was new.
Our focus at this point was trying to identify the date. We don't know what that relationship was like. We don't know what happened after they left, if they did meet up. We don't know if they went to his apartment or a hotel or anywhere. Potentially, there could have been some type of argument where it could turn violent.
Detectives looking for Mary Stetson's murderer have their first suspect, a man they know only as Chris.
The family provided us the description of the person that showed up at her home. He was a white male. He had blue eyes and blonde spiked hair, slender build. We brought in a forensic artist and sat down with her. She was able to provide us a sketch of who this person was.
So we take the composite sketch, and we wanted to get this information out so that we could start generating tips.
When you're dealing with homicide, the media is your friend. As much as they want information from you to make the 6 o'clock news, you need them to also get messages out to your witnesses, maybe to your suspect.
But I just didn't like the fact that she was all over the place. Didn't sit well with me at all.
The composite sketch is widely distributed, but Mary's date does not come forward.
We had no one that jumped out at us and said that, you need to take a real hard look at this person. It was very disappointing because here's somebody that was knocking at Mary's door 2 days before she's discovered, and for the person not to come forward immediately was very concerning to us. This person seemed as if it just dropped off the face of the earth.
Police move on to examine the next stage in Mary's timeline.
Mary was picked up by a local cab from her Kimball Street address and was taken downtown to a local bar.
We conducted an in-depth interview with that driver who confirmed that he had dropped her off, and he in fact saw her leave the cab and walk towards the bar. Mary arrived at the bar at approximately 6 p.m. in the evening.
It's a popular joint on Lake Avenue.
That was my mother's spot. She loved it there.
We had gone in there with her picture. We showed it around to the different patrons that were there, to the bartender. We learned that Mary had some drinks. We learned that somebody saw her with someone.
You now have a connection to a person and your victim. And certainly the theory is that, during that interaction, something went wrong for whatever reason, and then it becomes violent, which certainly happens in relationships.
Detectives compare the man's description with the one they have for Chris.
Chris had short, blonde, spiked hair, blue eyes. This individual that was seen with Mary had brownish hair, was a little older, so that it didn't match. So now we're trying to establish who this person is that was with Mary, and we're also still trying to find out who Chris was.
It certainly is frustrating when the information that you're looking for that you think is taking you in one direction, and then suddenly you're getting different information that's making you hang a left and head in another direction.
They search for any detail that could help them identify Mary's killer.
We started to speak with people inside the bar, and they brought up this one point during the evening. There was a male party who was different than Chris, had apparently purchased this teddy bear from another individual.
And the person that was with Mary, he was trying to warm up to her and bought the teddy bear for $5 and gave it to Mary.
One of the things that stood out was this particular teddy bear only had one eye on it. Several people had indicated that they thought it was unusual. It was just another a piece of the puzzle that we were trying to put together.
The canvas also helps detectives hone in on the time of the murder.
Mary was seen leaving the bar sometime around 11 p.m. that night.
At that point, Mary's trail runs cold. Aiming to generate new leads, they look further back in her timeline.
The family told us earlier that day she had been to this market, which was in the neighborhood. And there was the store manager, Eddie, who worked inside this place.
I didn't care for Eddie. I thought he was very sketchy, weird. You know how you get vibes from certain people, and he was one of them.
Allegedly, this was no shopping trip.
One of her daughters had indicated that she had an issue with Eddie. Her daughter would work there part-time and stock some shelves, and that he had made an inappropriate comment to her, and that he may have inappropriately touched her.
My mother found out about it and was really, really livid.
It's a very volatile situation when someone has a revelation that their daughter has been possibly molested.
I wondered if he had something to do with her disappearance.
Did Mary go back to the store, confront Eddie, and Eddie became so upset, killed Mary?
An alleged confrontation between Mary Stetson and a store manager named Eddie sparks the interest of detectives.
Based on what Mary's daughter told us, we were concerned. Eddie could possibly be a suspect here. The detectives went there and they spoke to him. They tried to get an alibi from him, what he did that night, get a timeline.
He did say that Mary had been there on the 18th, and she did confront him about these allegations, and they had a discussion. He described it as a bit heated. He denied having anything take place. Everything was on the up and up, and eventually Mary left the store, according to him. Eddie had closed the store at 11 o'clock.
He said he left and gave another employee a ride home, and he went home.
To verify Eddie's claim, they questioned the man he says was in his vehicle that night.
Billy Johnson was another employee in the store. He was a bit of a transient, too. I believe he may have even stayed from time to time in the basement of that place.
Rather than providing clarity, Billy's statement confuses the picture even further.
He said when Mary had stopped in and he had asked her about what she was doing later, and she may have been a little flirtatious, she had suggested that she might stop back between 10 and 11.
We had known that Mary was kind of a social butterfly, so it wasn't really all that unusual for her to agree to go out on a date. But the contradiction that we faced was the fact that she went to the store to confront Eddie about these allegations of sexual assault against her daughter. And while she's there, during some time frame, she has interaction with Billy, and she agrees that she's gonna have some kind of date with him later on in the evening. It just, you know, it didn't add up, it didn't make much sense.
As they probe deeper, allegations surface that may explain the contradiction.
People in the neighborhood said that Billy was a daily alcohol consumer, and he'd have these spans of time that he couldn't remember or just didn't make sense. When you're talking to somebody like that, you don't know what they remember and what they don't remember.
Then, they discover something even more disturbing.
We found that Billy worked in a butcher shop and was familiar with the process. When you hear about what took place and you see the manner in which the death occurred, you put two and two together and you say to yourself, this guy certainly has the potential to be a good suspect.
With conflicting accounts of Mary's actions, police want to see exactly what happened in the store.
There was CCTV video, and the camera wasn't working that night.
That clearly did send up a flag that, was it just coincidental? Was it on purpose? Did Eddie create a malfunction with these cameras to hide something from the police? Certainly there was a potential for a motive, for, something bad happening. Either Eddie or Billy or both having the potential or even the capacity to do this crime and having the MO for our murderer. If we had more concrete evidence from this closed-circuit TV, if we've seen Mary arrive, that could really turn into something else. Unfortunately, we didn't have that evidence. So we have to work hard to corroborate their stories and see if they have any alibis that fit. We couldn't connect Mary to Eddie because his alibi was locked up by the fact that he closed the store and he was seen by his family in another location on the same time frame that Mary had been seen in the downtown area.
Billy was living with somebody at the time when we spoke to that person, and we were able to alibi him that he did come home and never went back out. That whole scenario of the camera not working, I think, was legitimate.
To be certain, detectives perform a search for physical evidence.
Eddie allowed the detectives the opportunity to search the store. Obviously, whoever committed this murder, there would be a crime scene. They went downstairs, they searched the cellar, they looked all over, and they couldn't find any evidence that suggested that Mary had been killed there.
As they rule out the market, Mary's date appears from nowhere.
Chris just walked into the police department and said something to the effect of, "I think you guys are looking for me." And we interviewed him. That composite sketch was 100% accurate. You could put them up together, it was the same person. What was concerning to me was the fact that after this homicide was reported, it was all over the media. And the fact that that person didn't come forward, to us, that was very important.
We're wary when he walks in the station right away that he is somehow connected to this, that he has had ample time to dispose of critical evidence, that he's had time to think about the whole process, to think about a story, to think about an alibi. You go into this hoping you could poke holes in his story.
He couldn't really provide a real reason for not coming forward. He also didn't go to work the next day. I remember looking into that and saying, well, this is odd. He didn't come forward for a couple of weeks, so we pressed him hard.
Chris eventually told us that he didn't make the appointment when he was supposed to. He was late. By the time he got to her house, she had left.
Chris tells police he then joined friends at another bar across the street from where Mary was dropped off.
Both bars were similar, maybe 50 yards from one another.
We confirmed his alibi by speaking with the friends that he was with that night who corroborated that information. And in fact, he was with them, so he couldn't possibly have been where she was.
He also provided us an alibi as to where he spent the night that night, and we were able to find the person that he spent the night with. He was cleared as a suspect.
Knowing that he was a focus, a critical focus of this investigation, it is discouraging when you think you're angling for the right piece of the pie, and then suddenly, you get that ripped out from underneath you, and you realize, you have to regroup and go in a different direction. I mean, people were on edge. They talked about it in the schools and on the news, and it didn't matter if we were exhausted. It didn't matter if we had other things on our plate. But it became increasingly frustrating The more information that we got, the more of kind of a question we had in the back of our heads as to who this suspect was. Were we ever going to get to the right person? Were we going to locate that person in time to prevent maybe another tragedy?
Chris then turns from suspect to critical witness.
Chris had seen Mary walking down Lake Avenue with another gentleman. Long, dark hair, kind of a chiseled complexion, in his 40s. And he remembers because Mary was wearing the hat that he recognized, the dark, wide-brimmed hat.
This matches the description of the man seen with Mary earlier that evening. More determined than ever, detectives renew their efforts with the media.
You never get tired of tips, especially on a whodunit. And this was truly a whodunit.
They get a break. A caller claims Mary was hanging out with a guy known only as Razor.
He told us that Razor would use a knife. And he was very skilled with it.
Police have a new person of interest. A man who goes by the name Razor.
Kind of ironic that he got the nickname of Razor and that he came in on a tip line when we're looking for somebody that had been involved in a dismemberment.
They bring in the man who phoned in the tip. His name is Josh.
Josh had told us that there was a party that both he and Razor were at. Both were competing for, Mary's affection, and at some point, she was obviously leaning towards Josh, more so than she was leaning towards Razor, if at all. Razor was apparently so upset that he located him that next day and assaulted and beat him up.
Detectives need to determine if Razor is the same dark-haired man last seen with Mary the night she died.
He was upset and had a connection to Mary. Mary kind of had an attraction to his friend instead of him. Maybe he has a criminal past. Those things kind of add up.
They head to Razor's last known location.
When he was in Concord, he was living in this tent on the river. I personally actually went to Concord and found his tent. We searched his campsite and surrounding areas, and we didn't find anything. No knives. No knives that were capable of causing this homicide.
This manner of disposing of a body, it seemed like it was a process, a very involved process, and that didn't fit his profile. He was a drifter, a transient who lived in a tent, doesn't have a vehicle, doesn't have the equipment needed. He doesn't have the means in order to commit this type of crime. In the end, he didn't fit the description of the person back in the bar.
With Razor ruled out, concern grows the case may go cold.
That was extremely frustrating because each time we developed information on another person, we were excited, we were getting there, we identified somebody, could this be it? And then suddenly we would speak to these individuals and we realized right away this is not the person we're looking for.
Months are going by and we couldn't lay her to rest.
It's gut-wrenching. When you're trying to solve this case, there's pressure from the family. They want answers, so you have an obligation to try to solve it as quick as you can and give them answers. We used every avenue that we could to hopefully try to solve it.
Then, they uncover a curious new lead. A second missing persons report.
We received a call late at night from a woman who identified herself as Donna Plick.
She hadn't seen her ex-husband, Vaclav Plick. Even though they were divorced, they still had a relationship where they would talk daily. Donna was somewhat nervous, but she was also concerned. She didn't know if something had happened to him.
Vaclav Plick was last seen in the early hours of July 22nd, 2 days after police found Mary Stetson.
When someone disappeared in and around the time of the murder or shortly thereafter, that is of great interest to find out where they went.
But what detectives learn next turns Vaclav from victim into potential suspect.
Vaclav was employed at a place nearby. It was described as a deboning factory.
He would debone chickens. He would cut up lamb legs and beef, and he would use a knife, and he was very skilled with it.
He was certainly capable of making the type of cuts that we had seen on the torso when we first discovered the body. Very clean, very precise cuts.
When Donna was interviewed, she indicated that he had a violent past. He had threatened that he could kill her and cut her up, and no one would ever know. Donna knew that he would frequent bars that were on Lake Ave, and that he would go fishing where the body was found.
Donna gives police a photo of her ex-husband.
One of our detectives that had originally gone out to these 2 drinking establishments and was asking around saw his photograph, and he was like, "You gotta be kidding me."
He had been inside the bar showing the picture of Mary Stetson around to see if anybody else had known Mary. And in fact, he had gone over to a table of males that were sitting together, and it showed the picture. They didn't speak very good English, but they could communicate that they had never seen that woman before. The third male that was sitting there happened to be Vaclav Plick.
With Plick now the prime suspect, detectives return to the bar where Mary was last seen.
We completed a photo array, which included Vaclav. You know, our hope is to have somebody identify him in the bar.
We showed it around to the different patrons that were there, to the bartender, and they identified Vaclav Plick.
They need to determine what happened in the hours after Mary and Plick left the bar.
Well, we started canvassing the neighborhood where Donna showed us this apartment. And there was a neighbor that we spoke to that knew Vaclav.
She had seen Vaclav arrive at the apartment with a female who was similar in description to Mary on the night she disappeared. So when we initially came to the apartment, 2 of us entered through the common hallway in the front. One of the first things we saw was what appeared to be dark stains on the wall, leaving the front of the apartment outside the common hallway and heading towards the exterior door. The stains that we tested did test positive for the presence of human blood.
That gave us probable cause to get a search warrant. It was very interesting what we found in that apartment. When you first go in and just look, you wouldn't think that anything had happened there. Everything appeared normal.
And then as we looked in further, we determined that there was evidence that not only pointed to this Vaclav Plick as our guy, our suspect, but connected him right away to our victim.
On the bed was a rimmed hat. That's Mary's hat.
Not only that, there were several teddy bears inside that apartment. One in particular that was missing an eye.
All crime scenes are strange, but to see the hat sitting on a bed that was perfectly made, and to see this teddy bear without an eye was just, you know, here's the case.
Kind of made the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Detectives have proof that Mary Stetson was inside Vaclav Plick's apartment the night she disappeared. Now they're looking for evidence of murder.
In his bedroom, the carpet was cut out.
I mean, that's consistent with something happening, something staining the carpet, and then the carpet having to be removed right away.
When someone's stabbing somebody, the blood is casting off.
And clearly, people who clean up crime scenes forget the fact that there's other manners in which to collect evidence or visually see evidence.
You turn out all the lights and you spray this chemical luminol, and it luminesces blood with like a black light, and that area lit up like a Christmas tree. There was blood on the bedspread. There was blood on the heater leading to the hallway. You could see there was an enormous amount of blood that was there. There was blood in the bathtub. At the last phase, it kind of tells you a story. This is where he cut her up in the bathroom. You understand the human cost of what that means, but as an investigator, it's another little piece of evidence, because at the end of the day, you're trying to convict this person and put him away for the rest of his life.
After a nationwide manhunt, they ambush Vaclav Plick outside a gas station in Austin, Texas.
We didn't know if he was armed. We knew certainly what he was capable of. So we waited outside, and I pretended I was pumping gas, and as he walked out, we grabbed him and arrested him.
I was so happy and relieved because this man was caught, and he wouldn't be able to do it again to some other woman.
As they grill Plick for a confession, they now have a complete timeline of what happened the night Mary died.
Mary left her apartment about 5:45. She traveled in a cab to a local bar. There she met with Vaclav. They had some drinks at this bar, and he purchased a teddy bear for her. They then left that bar and headed back towards Vaclav's apartment on Orange Street. And that he tried maybe having sex with her, and she didn't want to. And an argument ensued, and he ended up violently stabbing her to death. In a panic, he didn't know what to do, so he dismembered her so he could get her out of the apartment. He used a miter saw that was in his closet, and he put the torso in a large duffel bag, and he threw her in the area that he fished at the trestle. He then took the other body parts and drove out to the total opposite side of the city and discarded them in the woods.
I had an opportunity to be very close to this person, this level of evil that I don't think I've ever been as close to in the past.
With the information that he provided about what he had done with the torso and the body parts, Manchester police conducted another search, and we were able to find her head on one side of the street and some of her extremities on the other. I think it was very important to the family that we recovered her head especially. They were able to give her a proper burial, and I think that was very, very important.
She raised us, and he took that away. He just completely destroyed a family.
On November 14th, 2000, Vaclav Plick is convicted of Mary Stetson's murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole.
I just remember when the verdict came back guilty, how emotional it was, even for me. And I turned, and Tamara was there. We embraced each other and cried.
It was a relief. I gave Mark a big hug because they worked hard. And it was finally ended. And I was, I was kind of happy. Justice was served.
The utter brutality of how she was killed was among the worst I've ever seen as a crime reporter.
A brutal killing.
She tried to escape out of her bedroom window.
What happened to her in her house, that shouldn't happen to anybody.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
I think everyone assumed almost from the start that the killer knew the victim somehow.
He kind of had an infatuation with Kim Dorsey.
Based on all this information, his story's coming apart.
The truth will be revealed.
I just couldn't imagine the terror that she was experiencing. Her last words were, "Stop, you're killing me."
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. The gated communities of Jacksonville, Florida, are a haven of tranquility and affluence.
The area is absolutely gorgeous. You have, $500,000 homes. It has a small town feel. A lot of people know one another.
It's a very nice neighborhood, viewed as very safe. There's not a lot of crime there.
But on a quiet Sunday morning, all that is shattered.
Kim. Oh, you got him now. Kim. Please send an ambulance back.
Firefighter Derek Dorsey has just returned home from work to discover his wife Kim's motionless body.
Are you with her right now?
Yes, I am. Send rescue.
We are sending rescue. Is she awake?
No, she's not. I think she's dead.
He performed CPR on her. He's been working with the fire department for almost 20 years at this point, so he's seen a lot of things. He knows what to do, in an emergency. However, now the emergency is right in his bedroom.
You can actually hear kind of the waves of emotion. It was obvious to me that all that training and experience just kind of went out the door.
Okay, sir, tell me exactly what happened.
I don't know if she tried to commit suicide. Send rescue.
We are sending rescue. You have to tell me exactly what she did. What happened?
I don't know. She either cut herself or something. I can't see. I'm trying to figure this out.
After performing CPR for several minutes, Derek realizes it's too late.
It's a 607. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lead investigator Larry Kuskowski and his team, along with Assistant State's Attorney London Kite, arrive at the scene.
The call itself was called in as a possible suicide. But the violence that was evident in the room, one person couldn't do this to themselves. There's a large amount of blood on the floor, on the walls. There's blood on the ceiling. You just knew there was, whatever happened here was very, very violent.
You know, the scene just in and of itself was like, absolutely not, this is not a suicide. When the husband found his wife, he put the comforter over her body. So all I could see really was her foot and her arm. And then when the medical examiner got there, that's when they removed the comforter and exposed the brutality of what happened to her.
It's a tragic end to 38-year-old Kim Dorsey's life.
Kim Dorsey owned a business in the area, very well respected. She seemed like a wonderful person, and it seemed like she had an ideal marriage. People seemed to have nothing but good things to say about her.
Well, why would anybody ever do something like this?
Investigators turned to her husband, Derek, to reconstruct the last 24 hours of Kim's life.
Derek told us he had gone to work the previous morning. The fire department works 24-hour shifts. When he comes home Sunday morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, he walks in the bedroom expecting to find his wife, you know, in bed.
They had blackout curtains, so it was very dark in there.
He finds her on the floor at the foot of the bed. He goes, calls 911.
But by that point, Kim is already dead. And the team believes she had been for nearly 24 hours. Not far from Kim's body are the first clues to what happened.
There were plastic wire ties around Kim's ankles and in her wrists. Somebody tried to bind her up. I just figured there's probably a sexual assault here, based on, you know, what I saw. There was a broken pool cue on the floor. A gun was on the floor. There was a knife on the floor, all in the vicinity of her body. And there's bullet strikes in the wall and in the door frame in the bedroom. So somebody was in the bedroom shooting out. Did we know who shot? No, not yet. So there are a lot of things that needed to be explained.
Investigators fan out to examine the rest of the Dorseys' home.
Someone had gone through ransacking the kitchen, opened drawers, throwing stuff out of the drawers. Definitely someone looking for something. In the kitchen sink, there's 3 or 4 remotes in there and a keyboard that's part of the surround sound system, which was very odd. There was no damage to the front door that indicated that the door was forced open in any way. But I did notice something that was out of place. There was a ceramic dog statue by the front door, and it was tipped over. You have to take notice of things. During the course of the investigation, you are going over, inch by inch and foot by foot just to make sure that you're covering everything.
They quickly come to their first conclusion.
The idea that some stranger would break into the house, tie someone up with zip ties, stab them, and beat them with a pool cue, that's just not the way it goes.
Kim Dorsey probably knew her attacker, or the attacker knew how to get into the home.
The simple fact is that you're much more likely to be killed by someone you know than by a stranger. And I think police understand that.
They need to drill down into Derek Dorsey's story.
Anytime a wife is murdered, the husband is a suspect. That's just a fact.
Derek, at this point, had been taken from the scene down to the detective division in downtown Jacksonville. After I walked the scene, I went downtown then to interview Derek.
Derek, I'm Larry Koskowski. I know it's difficult right now, a lot going on, but I need to talk to you, okay? I gotta get some information from you, okay?
I had him take me through the weekend. He told me on Friday night, Kim had left the house that evening for a couple hours to go do some shopping. They had stayed home Friday night, watched a movie. Derek was up early Saturday morning, and he left for work at about his usual time, right around 7, a little after 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Derek finished his shift on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. So when he's gone for that 24-hour period, his wife was home by herself. He had tried to call her on Saturday several times via cell phone. Derek worked at a fire station that was about as far north as you could go in the county. Cell phone coverage out there wasn't always the greatest, and the call wouldn't go through. He said that it was not unusual for him not to have those calls answered.
So far, everything Derek is telling them adds up, with one exception.
Here's a guy that's trained professional, and we walk in and recognize the scene. This is no suicide. How did he not see that? Is Derek involved?
The one thing that I remember about Derek Dorsey is that he was so transparent. I've never seen someone as transparent as him.
He opened up to me. He took a deep breath and sighed, and he said, well, there's a lot, going on with both of us. He told me that him and Kim basically had just a different kind of a relationship. It was somewhat of a swinging lifestyle. So it went from not really knowing to, okay, now we have maybe some other factors going on here. I wasn't expecting that. But Derek then added on at that, he said, that Kim had stopped doing it because her mother had died 3 or 4 years earlier. Part of her way of coping with her mother's death, she sought out professional medical help, and she was on some medication that caused her to put on some weight and, maybe not feel quite as attractive as she maybe had at one time. That was one of the reasons Derek thought that when he first came home, that she had committed suicide.
With Kim having stopped the swinging lifestyle, they need to find out if Derek had too.
He was very subdued. He was very matter of fact. So I finally asked him, I said, well, listen, is there anybody else?
Any issues, where either one of you stepping out, girlfriend on your behalf or boyfriend on hers? Okay, you got a girlfriend? Okay.
When an investigator learns that the partner of the deceased had been cheating on each other in the relationship, that creates a different mindset for the investigator. In domestic-type murders, infidelity is often part of the motive of someone's death.
The admission of infidelity has made Derek Dorsey the first suspect in his wife's murder.
As an investigator, okay, step back, be careful, make sure you're really asking a lot of good questions of Derek, because this might be your one chance to do it, or he's speaking freely. Get as much information as you can to find out what's going on here.
Okay, you got a girlfriend? Okay, and who's that? Well, we're gonna find out.
We have a weird relationship.
Who has the weird? You and your wife?
My wife, it's not a don't ask, don't tell thing, but...
Tell me about it.
She knows who I was when she married me.
Now you've added some more motive, maybe. Maybe he wants out of this marriage.
They seek to determine what he would have gained with Kim gone.
We always look for, is there a financial benefit to this person's death? Larry did ask him about whether he had any kind of insurance policy, and he didn't. It put him in a worse position to have Kim Dorsey die before him, because she was the main breadwinner.
But that doesn't mean Derek wasn't responsible.
We thought about the time frame, like how much time he would have to drive back and forth from the fire station to the house.
The distance between the two locations is 15 miles and would take almost an hour round trip.
The fire station where he worked was small. They pretty much could account for every single minute of his day. All the firefighters were like, look, if he left that place, then we would definitely know. The detectives verified with all the firefighters. They determined that he had like a lock-solid alibi. Even though Derek Dorsey initially was a suspect, we just couldn't find any kind of crack in his account.
Investigators then consider the other angle.
So, you have this girlfriend that he's talked about. Maybe whoever his girlfriend, lover, whatever you want to call that person, wants the current wife out of the picture. Obviously, now we want to talk to her.
In the event that it's a love triangle, someone may feel, for example, that they've been wronged by somebody, that they were promised something. I'll leave my wife, I'll leave my husband for you. Someone being jilted can be a very strong factor for murder.
We were also looking into the girlfriends to see if she had any additional information that Derek Dorsey didn't tell us, and also to see if he had ever admitted anything to her.
Detective Kuskowski must determine if Derek's girlfriend shows up anywhere in the last 24 hours of the victim's life.
She was very forthcoming. She spilled her guts about the lifestyle, what everybody was into, and all that. I was able to determine that she was west of the city of Jacksonville, where she resides, and I was able to rule her out.
Hoping to uncover clues about Kim's attacker, investigators return to the crime scene.
Specialists such as blood spatter analysts may be called in certain circumstances where it's not obvious to the investigators what has happened and who is involved, and they need more information, more data to help them discern what exactly took place. It's important to try to figure out the puzzle of what was the sequence of events. Where did the struggle initiate and where did it end? Because it tells you the story of what happened. It tells you the timeline of what happened.
Forensic experts establish that the first point of attack is next to the nightstand.
We have a lot of blood cast off on that left side of the bed. She was severely injured, and she stayed there for a significant period of time.
But the evidence then suggests Kim comes to and fights back.
She was able to get to where she kept her gun. It was a 5-shot revolver.
They wanted to know whether I thought it would be probative or helpful to have them string it, which means to show the actual bullet trajectory, and I told them absolutely yes. Kim Dorsey had to be down and low near her nightstand. She fired off 5 shots.
Shooting at somebody that maybe is standing in the doorway or coming back to the doorway.
The strings reveal that despite firing all 5 rounds, Kim misses her attacker.
Trying to explain 5 bullet holes, therefore 5 misses, there's a number of reasons. Fear is the #1 problem. People freeze. We don't know how we're going to react in a state of emergency until we're into it. And it's not surprising that your aim is the last thing you're able to control.
And then that's when he goes back into the room to finish her off. He continued to beat her with a pool cue to the point in which it broke. We actually had the pool cue given to an engineer, and it took a tremendous amount of force to break a pool cue like that, and that was broken on Kim's body. To finish things off, he made sure that he stabbed her in the neck.
The detailed analysis provides all new insights into the crime and the potential perpetrator.
The most telling weapon would have been that pool cue, which all of them were kept upstairs, and that's not a natural weapon for someone to say, yeah, I want to go kill this person, so I'm gonna grab a pool cue.
We were able to figure out that the wire ties that were found on Kim's wrists and ankle, it looked like they came from the office upstairs.
And the knife was from a set that were inside the kitchen.
These were all things that suggest that whoever committed this crime was familiar with the house.
A brutal killer who knew Kim well enough to gain entry into her home and where to find weapons. For investigators, it suggests someone close to the family.
Kim's autopsy had already been performed. We knew she had been sexually assaulted.
We had a foreign male DNA profile, so we knew that we were looking for a man.
Based on what Derek Dorsey had said, with other people in the house, with the swinging lifestyle, who knows who's been here? Is this somebody that had been there before, that came back knowing Derek wasn't home and wanted to maybe see Kim again? Who knows?
We were looking at all those different individuals to make sure that we either rule them in or rule them out.
Detective Koskowski looks to Derek to provide potential names.
Derek is a general contractor on the side. Some of the guys that Derek used in his contracting business actually lived in the Dorsey house at one time.
Derek Dorsey was basically going through an entire timeline of like kind of who was in and out of the house.
I have one guy that used to work with me, Elvin. Lance Kirkpatrick.
Lance Kirkpatrick had a drug problem. He had been friends with the Dorseys. He was just one of those people who you invite into your house for a weekend, and then 3 months later you'd be trying to get him out. And so he eventually got thrown out of their house.
But according to Derek, that weekend, Lance is on a shrimp boat out in the Atlantic. The second individual that Derek had talked about was a guy by the name of Joshua Veal. Derek had befriended Josh and gave him some work and trying to help him out. He's a young kid. Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to reside in their home, but they had a falling out, and eventually Joshua moved out.
But Derek says he was still hiring Josh for odd jobs and had been due to see him the morning he discovered Kim's body.
Sunday morning when he got off, Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal. They had agreed to meet at a convenience store up on the north side of Jacksonville, basically to do some work for him.
Joshua Veal never showed up. Why wouldn't he show up for this meeting if he's gonna get money and get paid?
He's familiar with the house. He's done some work in the past for the Dorseys. So Josh was number one at that point.
Police discover Veal has a criminal record, mostly for drug-related offenses.
And he had actually just been arrested earlier in that week leading up to the weekend Kim was murdered. So brought him down, put him in an interview room. I didn't tell him anything about a murder. I just introduced myself as a detective.
One of the techniques used is not to tell a loved one or someone close that the person you're asking about is in fact dead or been murdered. Then you drop the bombshell looking for the responses. Are they genuine? Are they fake?
Josh claims he'd been partying all weekend at his house, including the time detectives believe Kim was killed.
But you spent Friday night at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't go anywhere Friday night? Oh. Okay. All right. Saturday you get up?
we had drank Friday night, we had drank Saturday night.
He had been out Saturday night, and he just lazy, did not show up Sunday morning.
But when Larry mentions Kim's name, his attitude changes.
One of the things that struck me most about Joshua Veal's interview is that he kind of had a fascination or infatuation with Kim Dorsey, kind of like romantic interest. It was strange in that way.
My conversation with him was, when you lived with them, did you and Kim have anything going on, sexual? The way he answered it, it was a little kind of like he didn't, but if he coulda, he woulda.
How'd she look?
1 to 10. Would you ask me if I would hit it?
Sure.
8.
Joshua Veal's infatuation with Kim Dorsey has put him front and center in her murder investigation.
Have you ever had sex with her? Be honest with me.
Nah, I wish.
You wish?
So I started asking him, if he had talked to Kim recently, and he had. And then I finally said, well, did you hear what happened to her? He's like, no, what are you talking about?
She's dead.
Oh, don't tell me that, man.
Just a flow of emotions. I mean, you would think that it was, in fact, his mom that was murdered, and he just couldn't deal with it.
You know anybody that might want to hurt her?
No. No, that was like a mom to me, man. Oh, please.
It was very authentic, and so it kind of X'd him off of my list. But still, they went through and they got his DNA just to make sure that he was not, in fact, involved in the crime. It was negative. He was excluded as a contributor to the DNA.
Derek provides police with additional names of people familiar with his home.
Everybody we talked to, they all gave us the sample, and everyone kept coming back negative, negative, negative.
So Detective Kuskowski takes a new approach.
I want to do a walkthrough of the house with Derek and let him point out anything that maybe we missed, ask some questions about some things that we found before we turn the house back over to him. Because once we're done, we're done. When we initially walked the scene in the kitchen, we found 3 or 4 remotes in the sink. It's part of the surround sound system, which was very odd. Somebody had run water over the remotes. My partner asked him, hey, show us how to turn on the TV here in the living room. So Derek was able to turn the TV on, and right away, a pornographic movie starts to play. Like, wow. And Derek loses it. He's like, that's not mine. Whoever did this, dropping expletives, whoever did this, they watched that. That is not my movie. My belief was that whoever committed the murder at some point sat down and watched this movie.
The discovery points to another man Derek says had recently been to the house.
They were having problems, I think, with the remote or something with their TV system.
Friday in the afternoon, they had a gentleman come over from a sound company that made some adjustments to the surround sound of his entertainment system.
The service call occurred approximately 12 hours before Kim was killed.
So the sound guy was in our crosshairs. He's the guy that knows how to run the system. He worked on the system and wire all these things in the sink. He's thinking in his mind, he puts it in the sink and runs water over it. Does it wash away any DNA or anything like that?
We didn't know if something happened between him and Kim where he maybe became infatuated with her or came back to the house.
Detectives quickly track him down.
So we met with the sound guy. He said, yeah, I went out on Friday night to work on the system. He said it wasn't unusual. He said, Derek's had me at this house before. He had another house that I used to go to and handle his affairs there with the sound system. We noticed when we were sitting there, the sound guy had some cuts on his hands. So, we keyed in on those. Were they the results of scratches that, were inflicted in a struggle with another person? We actually asked him about them, and he's like, well, I'm working with wire all the time, and I run it, up in attics, and so, my hands are always cut up.
The technician is adamant he never returned to the house.
We told him what had happened. He wasn't even aware of it. And this was 2 or 3 days after Kim's body was found. So he hadn't even seen anything on the news. Of course, I asked him, if he would volunteer a DNA sample, and he readily, hey, whatever you need. When I walked out of the interview with him, I said, I don't think so.
The DNA test confirms this instinct. The unsolved crime now begins to weigh heavily on the team.
Part of it was we had been up so long at this point, and we had taken samples from so many people. As an investigator and working with the evidence technicians, even if it takes you to a dead end, we need to go down that road, and we need to look at everything. We owe it to Kim, or any victim, that we, thoroughly investigate the entire case.
Then, they get the break they've been looking for.
There was a crime analyst that caught like a common, everyday type of police report on a temporary and unauthorized use of a vehicle.
It's kind of a fancy way of saying the car was stolen, but you let the person take it.
The theft took place just 17 hours before the murder.
So the girl that reported the car stolen made the police report. They took all of her information, and of course the information of the person who she let use the car, who never returned the car, which was Lance Kirkpatrick.
Lance Kirkpatrick's name came up early on in the investigation when Derek Dorsey was basically going through and kind of who was in and out of the house. During the initial interview with Derek Dorsey, he calls him LJ, and I remember these words very clear. He was like, absolutely not. He would take a bullet for Kim.
Why are you so certain about him?
I just know him long enough. Something like that, no. I think we respect him too much.
Lance is still supposed to be on the shrimp boat. Nothing's adding up now.
That basically put Lance Kirkpatrick back on the map.
A stolen car report forces a familiar name back into focus: Lance Kirkpatrick.
I talked to the girl who reported the vehicle stolen. She laid out basically the activities of her on that Friday night. They were at his apartment on the south side with Lance and some other folks that were there. And Lance had agreed to go out to buy some drugs. And she lets him take the truck. We're talking early Saturday morning now.
And so that's when Lance Kirkpatrick leaves, never to return with that vehicle.
Detectives must determine if the car ever came close to the Dorsey home.
When the police respond to the scene, part of patrol's responsibility was a neighborhood canvass. So in the initial canvass, one of the patrol officers had talked to a neighbor of the Dorseys that said he had seen a blue small SUV out there that day.
This fits the description of the car Kirkpatrick stole.
Fast forward a few days, we got the information about this truck. One of the other mental notes was that there was a surveillance camera at the gate to the community. So, hey, let's go back and look at the video again. Or if it's working, we should have a video of the truck, which we did.
The footage places the SUV directly on the timeline at 6:30 a.m., the morning of the murder.
As soon as the police saw that surveillance video, Lance Kirkpatrick became the #1 suspect.
To locate him, they turned to the woman whose car he stole.
And I said, well, listen, I'm really looking for Lance. Well, she goes, well, I don't know where he is, but I know where a friend of his is named Brian Kiefer. And I said, well, I'd like to talk to Brian. So took him into custody and talked to him about basically his activities and then about Lance Kirkpatrick.
Investigators learned that Brian was at the same house party when the SUV disappeared.
Brian Kiefer says he goes on a night-long taxi ride trying to figure out where Lance Kirkpatrick is because he's one of the ones that let Lance use the car. So he was basically guilty by association. He can't find him, only to find him the following day. He says that Lance looks disheveled. He notices that he has an injury on one of his hands.
What Brian then reveals is completely unexpected.
He tells me that he murdered somebody and is pretty much is going to prison, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
He just said it was a beating. He didn't describe it as we know it to be, which was absolutely horrific and violent.
There are a number of reasons why people, quote, confess to a crime. Primarily, we see it as a guilt complex. People can't wear it, they can't hide it, they can't keep it in. That's the number one reason why people talk. Number two might be alcohol-fueled or drug-fueled, but then you're only getting a part of a story, as a rule. Usually, if a person's hell-bent to tell a friend of theirs, I did this dastardly deed, they're going to tell them some of the details of the murder itself, but not all of it.
I don't know whether he hit her with that pool stick, but he kind of emphasized swinging the pool stick.
Okay.
And then he emphasized being shot at 5 times.
And he says, well, you know, Lance told me that he kept waiting for the 6th shot, and it never came. But it was a 5-shot revolver.
But when he heard the window open, he thought the lady was going out through the window. So he ran in there and beat her with his hand and then stabbed her.
It is also through Brian Kiefer that we get Kim Dorsey's last words.
What does he say? Does he say that she was dead, or does he say anything about that?
He said the lady was saying, stop. You're killing me.
The detail Brian provides about his friend's actions is abnormally specific.
And it was information that only somebody that was there would have known. So Brian is, immersed himself in the middle of a homicide, potentially, based on all this information. He's saying Lance did it. Well, how do I know Brian didn't do it?
Brian Kiefer claims he knows who killed Kim Dorsey. But there's only one way to confirm if he's telling the truth. Find Lance Kirkpatrick.
Brian tells us last he saw Lance was at Brian's apartment on the south side of Jacksonville. So we had our law enforcement go over there and pay that apartment a visit. And they found Lance hiding in the attic.
The man once thought to be at sea finally sits down with Detective Koskowski.
All right. Look, Lance, have a seat over there, okay? This will make it a little bit easier.
He was calm, so I was trying to set the stage, just getting to know Lance a little bit more.
Again, careful not to mention Kim's murder.
You and Derek get along pretty well.
Oh, we get along great.
And he's trying to be nonchalant, oh, what are you talking about?
When's the last time you were over at Derek's house?
I went over there a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago.
Do you remember what day it was that you went over there and did that?
Yeah, it was Georgia, Florida.
Georgia, Florida. So
it was Georgia, Florida. It was right before the game.
So did you go inside then let yourself in?
No.
Florida, Georgia is sort of the secular holiday of Jacksonville. Everything shuts down for that weekend.
The game was on Saturday, the day of the murder. Lance has been around long enough with Derek, worked around Derek long enough, he knows the schedule too. Derek is gone for that 24-hour period. His wife was home by herself.
How about you and Kim?
We get along fine.
Okay, you ever had any problems with her?
Mm-mm.
No, nothing like that? Okay. All right.
No, I pretty much get along with everybody.
Pretty long, okay. What if I told you I didn't believe all your story?
On what story?
Well,
on what part of the story don't you believe?
The next follow-up question he invoked, and he asked for an attorney, and at that point, we had to stop the interview.
I'm not saying anything else.
Sure. Good luck to you.
With Kirkpatrick refusing to cooperate, investigators must find another way to prove he was inside the house that day.
Lance was smart enough to know when to shut up that night. But at this point, when we were talking to Lance, we already had DNA foreign to Kim on her body.
The sheriff's office went about getting DNA from Lance Kirkpatrick's father.
The similarity is overwhelming.
In the quintillion, sextillion, I mean, it's like huge numbers, like 2 and 3 times the number of people on Earth. The fact that we had really significant DNA and the fact that he denied going in there was a critical lie that we were able to say, you know, yeah, we got our man.
This not only confirms Kirkpatrick as the killer, but also clears the one remaining suspect, Brian Kiefer. For detectives, Kirkpatrick's movements in the hours before the murder suggest he had a sinister plan in mind.
Lance had, gone out that Friday night with somebody else's car to buy drugs and didn't come back with what he was supposed to come back with. He left to try to go make things right. The one thing he knows is the Dorseys. And he knows how to get into that community. He knows how to get into the house. Lance has been around long enough with Derek, worked around Derek long enough, he knows the schedule. Derek's gone for that 24-hour period. His wife was home by herself. Lance knows that. And I think he sat across the street, waited for Derek to leave to go to work that morning. I think shortly thereafter, he went over to the house, initially looked under that dog for the key, let himself in with the key.
That's probably when Kim Dorsey heard him.
He basically lit into her physically, and it just went downhill from there.
The turmoil that she was going through, just a desperate picture of a woman trying to escape. I just couldn't imagine like the terror that she was experiencing.
Despite overwhelming evidence, Lance Kirkpatrick pleads not guilty.
Lance's version was that he and Kim Dorsey were lovers, and that he had gone to her house to have sex with her, and that after they had sex, Kim Dorsey started getting mad at him because he had helped set her husband up with other women, and that enraged Kim Dorsey, and she picked up a gun and started firing at him in a rage. And that everything that happened afterwards was him basically trying to fight back in self-defense.
Self-defense is I punch you and I try to get away from you. I don't beat you with a pool cue till I break the pool cue and half stab you in the neck and tie you up. That's not self-defense. That's a bunch of nonsense.
The jury finds him guilty of first-degree murder and rape. He's sentenced to life without parole. He remains eligible for appeal.
Life without parole is a long time to sit there. Ultimately, it's about Kim here. What happened to her in her house, that shouldn't happen to anybody.
I felt like I did Kim Dorsey justice. It's always a mixed feeling having to put all those facts and evidence out in front of their family, but now they know what happened to her and they knew that she was a fighter. I think that meant a lot to them, that she didn't go quietly. She fought with every cell in her body.
This type of violence inflicted, there's a certain level of depravity involved.
A brutal killing.
she's having a wonderful weekend with her family, then she's gone. Her life here on Earth was over.
I try not to think about how she died.
Bad things happen to good people, unfortunately.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
Was this a neighbor? Was it a coworker? Was it an ex-boyfriend? We weren't sure exactly what happened.
He was telling them that he was on the run and had murdered a woman in Florida.
If he had a clear view of her home, he would have known that she lived alone.
The truth will be revealed.
My gut was telling me that this was the person who murdered Bernadette Myers.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Sunshine City. That's how locals describe St. Petersburg, Florida.
I think what makes the whole area great here is the fact of the beautiful beaches that we have and the weather. You can do pretty much what you want year-round here in Pinellas County.
It's really considered a really hip and cool place to be nowadays. You get a lot of what I refer to as paradise people that come down for an easy life.
But wherever you have sunshine, you also have shadows.
The Loma neighborhood definitely had seen its better days.
It's an area where it's not unusual to see transients moving in and out.
Here, the home of Bernadette Myers stands out.
Bernadette's home was the nicest one on the block, and she cared a lot about her home, and you could see it.
Bernadette did not show up for work that day, and Bernadette did not answer her phone and did not return any phone calls that had been previously left for her. So one of her friends decided to drive over to Bernadette's house. She looked in through the kitchen windows, and she was able to see what to her appeared to be something red, possibly blood, on the floor in the kitchen.
Detectives Judy Vovan and Larry Nelvin arrive on scene within minutes.
We could see large amounts of blood in the kitchen. We could see the drag marks that went from the kitchen dining room area into the bedroom.
And going into the master bedroom, we found Bernadette Myers face down on the floor with a large amount of blood, dried around her head. Her hands were behind her back, duct tape around the wrist, and she had 2 large zip ties put around her neck, and they were cinched up as tight as they could possibly be. Her cause of death was the ligature strangulation. The blunt force trauma to her head was secondary to the asphyxiation. That tells you that Bernadette Myers was alive when those zip ties were put on her neck and cinched up, and when she was drugged into her room and left there.
That was certainly the first murder investigation that I worked at. The zip ties were utilized as an instrument of death. The physicality of it itself was extremely brutal.
Detectives now face the difficult task of breaking the news to loved ones.
Making a death notification to a family member is a very hard thing to do. You're trying to establish whatever you can about your victim from these people that you just shattered and shook up their life.
I remember the moment that they told us. It was just disbelief. It was just a whirlwind of not knowing what took place or what happened. The weekend before she passed away, we were all together in Ocala. It was the entire family, Sunday morning. We were all sitting around. Everybody just laughed and just joked around, and really that was the atmosphere that we had. One of the last pictures that were taken of her, she was holding her great niece and her great nephew. It's a loving moment.
It struck your heart. You know, she's there, she's having a wonderful weekend with her family, and then she's gone. Her life here on earth was over.
She had a son. She had a lot of friends and relatives that she would see on a pretty regular basis.
She was a good family member. She was a good friend.
Monday, I called her because we would always talk about the weekend, and we would laugh and joke and talk about the things that had happened. I called and left her a message. And because of the time frame, I sometimes wonder when that message was being heard.
We spoke to ex-boyfriends, we spoke to co-workers, we spoke to anyone and everyone that could lead us down the road to the killer. We weren't able to find anyone that had anything bad to say about her, or anyone certainly that had threatened her in any way.
Bad things happen to good people, unfortunately.
Determined to fill in the last 24 hours of her life, police interview Bernadette's colleague, who first spotted the blood.
Her friend was very upset, very emotional, but she provided us a lot of good information, I think, to help build a timeline. Bernadette worked at Honeywell. They work on parts for the military as well as stuff for the space program. She was an intelligent person, a hard worker. She was an early riser, got to work early, left work, and she was done for the day. We learned that on the Monday, she left work around 2:30 or 3. She had a doctor's appointment, and we know she made it there. We knew that she had a problem with one of her tires. She went to an auto parts store at around 4:30. She was there for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and then she left. Sometime around 5 o'clock is most likely when she got home.
Clues from the scene suggest she met her killer moments afterwards.
There was like a bag of oranges that were out on the table. Bernadette would have put those away. I mean, that's not something she would leave out. She was very neat, which would imply that she was interrupted in whatever she did as soon as she got home.
Due to the fact that she had not returned any calls and put her groceries away or changed her clothes, we feel that she was murdered somewhere between 5 and 7 o'clock at the latest on Monday.
There was no kicked-in door, there were no screens missing, there were no broken windows. We did think perhaps that our perpetrator was someone that she knew or someone that was familiar with her home. We know that just based on the brutality at the scene, that more than likely it was going to be a man.
There was no DNA of interest found at the scene. And by that I mean they would have found, of course, Bernadette's DNA, which as you would expect.
Not one fingerprint, but one of the forensic examiners at the scene, who was still in the middle of processing, was able to develop a bloody shoe impression on the floor that they were able to enhance using chemicals. We knew it wasn't Bernadette's. Her shoes were on the kitchen floor, and she was knocked out of them. So we felt very strong that this was going to be the bloody shoe impression from the murderer.
The actual impression was believed to be some type of tennis shoe, and the size between 9 and 11.
Her vehicle was not in the garage. So of course, what I'm going to surmise from that is that whoever murdered her stole her car. Did they steal it because they wanted the car, or did they steal it because they thought it was the best way to get away from that location without being seen? It seemed pretty organized. He was either more prepared than your normal person, or he was able to react somewhat calm after he had done this to figure out how he's going to get out of there. We're looking for anybody and everybody that's associated with Bernadette, that's associated with the area, that would have any reason to be there. My first instinct was this was something that was sexually motivated.
Some of her underwear apparently had been taken out of her dresser, which could be Bernadette doing her laundry, or it could be a fetish, type sex aspect to it.
We have a sexual predator offender tracking unit here at the sheriff's office. They track all the locations of all the sex offenders and sex predators, and they're required to check in and register with them.
The investigators would automatically search the database for any persons in the area that are sexual predators. They would be persons of interest to speak to as soon as possible.
There is one name at the top of their list.
Leo Barobri was brought to our attention by the sexual predator unit. He was a convicted sexual predator who had committed a violent rape.
He lived within around a mile of Bernadette Myers. His offenses had to do with adult women.
There's some leopards out there with spots on that don't change.
So, of course, we wanted to look into him, try to find out where he might have been on the day that Bernadette was murdered.
The lead suspect in Bernadette Myers' homicide is a convicted sex offender.
So we wanted to find him and talk with him to try and establish a timeline.
If somebody is determined by police to have a record for sexual assault, especially if it's a record for violence and sexual assault, they are examined more thoroughly by police to see if they're capable of committing an even worse assault, and in this case, that would be murder.
Police obtained Barubi's address from the offender tracking unit.
In my being, I knew he was a dirtbag. When we spoke to Mr. Barobi, he had recently injured himself.
He said he had suffered a broken foot previously and had to use the crutches to get around on. I think it would have been very hard for somebody that truly has to use crutches to be able to do what was done to Bernadette. But we still wanted to make every effort to make sure he wasn't just using that as a crutch. We were able to timeline his injury out by talking to his place of employment, and they were able to confirm with us that he had had this injury prior to Bernadette's murder.
He got out of work that afternoon at 3:30, and he had to wait for a ride. So as far as the timeline goes, he wouldn't have been able to make it from where he was to Bernadette's house to commit the murder because of the physical injury.
To be certain, detectives turned to the forensic evidence.
When we got the autopsy results, it was determined that there was no sexual assault to Bernadette Myers. So all of that was against Leo Barubi being involved in this. We were able to rule him out as being a suspect in this homicide. Now that we knew that she was not the victim of a sexual assault, obviously the person went through something in her room and was searching for something.
Detective Nalvin and I invited Michelle and Christopher, that's Bernadette's niece and her son, to come to the house to hopefully be able to assist us. As hard as it was, we were hoping that they were going to be able to give us some key information in regards to the items that were missing, that we couldn't recognize as being missing because we had never been in that home before.
Everything had its place at Aunt Bernadette's house. Bernadette kept a very, very nice house. You could eat off her floor.
It was very emotional for them. It was extremely emotional. But they put their grief aside and they were very focused on helping us find the killer.
At first, they really couldn't tell if anything was missing until her son said, I think that my mom had a wooden jewelry box on her dresser top.
There was several items of jewelry that she kept in that jewelry box.
Some items that they said were very unique, and that's what we kind of focused in on at that point in time.
Christopher drew pictures of the jewelry for us, but also Michelle, her niece, brought in a photograph of Bernadette from the family gathering that happened in Ocala the weekend before her murder. Bernadette was wearing a two-tone Anne Klein watch in the photograph, and it was on her wrist. And that was a watch that we did not find at the crime scene.
If you can identify property that's been stolen from a residence, it's a very valuable lead for the police because you can trace back who possessed that property to prove that the suspect was in the house.
That kind of explained potentially the undergarments that were on the bed and on the floor. We felt that the person went through the drawers looking for more jewelry or money or something of value. Her house was almost like a little bit of an oasis in the middle of this area. So people might think that this person, because they take care of their house, has money or has valuables inside of there. There's all kinds of people going by that residence all the time. It's a very heavily traveled road. So you start thinking, was somebody staking out her residence?
Investigators focus on the area surrounding Bernadette's house, looking for anything out of the ordinary.
We received a phone call from my sergeant at the time, who was out in an alley that runs behind Bernadette Meyer's house. And he said he was with an individual and that we needed to come meet with them. And that's when we first encountered Lee Davey. Lee Davey happened to be walking down the alley as my sergeant was walking down the alley, and he sees Lee approaching him, holding in his hand about a 34 to 36 inch long zip tie.
Davey is also found walking in the alley at the same time of day Bernadette was killed.
So the proximity is there, he's got the zip tie, and he certainly looks like he would be a strong enough individual that could have exerted the amount of violence on Bernadette.
He was a person of interest to us, a very strong person of interest.
In my mind, I'm thinking, this could be our killer.
Detectives have identified a man named Lee Davey, found carrying zip ties near Bernadette Meyer's house.
Of course, he knows who she is because he sits at the bus stop across from her house. He lives across the street. He walks the alley.
So, of course, we're assessing him. We're looking at his feet. Does he wear the same size tennis shoes? His mannerism? Is he perspiring?
He brought us over to his apartment that he lived in, let us search through his whole entire apartment, let us look at all his shoes.
He actually was cooperative with us. But sometimes that's not unusual because sometimes the bad guys think they're going to outsmart you.
Lee claims to have been at work in the time frame Bernadette was killed.
People will lie. Very, very dangerous to accept at face value that what you're being told is entirely the truth. Your job is to take the information, try to corroborate what you're being told.
He didn't have a violent history, so there was no motive there.
His shoe size was smaller than that we were looking for, that the killer had left behind.
And there was nothing that tied him to Bernadette.
His alibi also checks out.
The zip tie, he indicates that he found it near the bus station down in St. Pete, which is a distance away, and he grabbed it and just walked home with it. So for his case, I think it's a matter of timing. Bad timing for him to be walking down the alley carrying a zip tie.
When you have a person of interest that you believe could have committed this crime, You are putting all your efforts into that. And then once it gets to the point that you are able to confirm that this person, in fact, was not the killer, it's a little disappointing. But that's the truth of it. Word had spread in the neighborhood because of the crime scene tape being there. Word had spread at her job. So people were calling in as well and giving us information, giving us leads. There was a phone call from a woman named Sunshine. Sunshine was very well known in the law enforcement community in the Lellman area. She was very familiar with the streets because at times she lived on them. She had had some run-ins with the law herself. So we certainly knew exactly who she was. And she called in and provided us some information that she'd seen a black male in the alley right before the time of Bernadette's death.
She also said she saw the same person run through Bernadette's yard and then saw that person at a convenience store down the street later. So we went out and met with that convenience store. But there's no surveillance footage because their equipment's not working.
They were panning for gold there, just, you know, sifting through everything, trying to figure out where's this going to take us. When you really have nothing, you're just searching, you know, one of the things you'd say, well, is anybody doing burglaries around that time frame? You start looking for any creep-in burglaries or people are at home, because the vast majority of home burglaries, there's nobody at home. And burglars don't want to break into people's houses when people are there.
It led us to Curtis Bryant.
He became a person of interest because, you know, that was kind of his MO, going to people's houses in that area and breaking in while they were there.
Bryant's description matches that of the man seen by Sunshine near Bernadette's house.
In the process of finding Curtis Bryant, he was arrested on a burglary charge.
He broke into a residence while somebody was home, and it happened to be a female, an adult female, in close proximity to Bernadette's residence, within 8 blocks, and they were also in a stolen car.
So when Detective Nalvin and I had the opportunity to interview him about Bernadette's death, he was actually in custody. Unfortunately, that day, Mr. Bryant lacked a moral compass.
He listened to us talk, but he refused to answer specific questions, and at one point he ended up telling us he didn't want to talk anymore.
If I'm his lawyer, the first thing I tell him to do is, you do not talk to the police, ever. And if you do, you're an idiot. Because anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
They search Bryant's house, hoping to uncover evidence linking him to Bernadette's murder.
He lived in a little room inside of a garage and paid rent there. And we searched around in the garage.
We were looking for anything that may have been taken from the murder scene or brought to the murder scene.
We found duct tape. We found some decent length zip ties, pretty close to the length of the ones that we had on Bernadette Myers. However, the zip ties was a different manufacturer. The duct tape had a different grain and texture to it. We collected his shoes. His shoe size did not appear to fit with the size of the impression that we had. Nothing was tying him to her. Nothing was tying him to the scene.
Bryant looks set to be ruled out when police make an important discovery.
When we found Bernadette's car, it was at a local auto parts store right around the corner from Bernadette's. That was somewhat exciting to hear. Finding the car where it was in such close proximity, it kind of supported the theory that we had that the person got in the car to get away from her residence without being seen.
They look for physical evidence that places him in the vehicle.
We were hoping we'd get lucky and get DNA from the suspect. We had it towed back to our forensic lab, and it was processed. They were able to recover blood from the top of the steering wheel, from the gear shifter. They recovered it from the armrest. We had it submitted to the crime lab in hopes of it belonging to the suspect. However, all of that came back to Bernadette Myers. It's very deflating every time you're sending something off that you feel has a good potential of having DNA associated to the suspect, and it's coming back to your victim.
Their final hope in connecting Bryant to Bernadette lies with the timeline.
At that point in time, when Bernadette was murdered, Curtis worked for a seawall construction company, and we were able to get in touch with his boss, and we were able to confirm that he was at work and what time they worked till that day, which would have made it impossible for him to make it from where he was to Bernadette's for that.
Detectives now worry about the case growing cold.
Morale was kind of stretched, but you keep pushing ahead. You know, you have a victim that you want to find justice for her, and you have family members.
I mostly remember how I always felt they were going to catch the person that did this. I really, really felt strongly that they were going to do that. I don't think they turned it off ever. I think that they carried the weight of this case until it was done. So we were able to really put our grief aside and put all our faith in them.
Convinced Bernadette's murder was a well-planned crime of opportunity, police broadened their neighborhood search, determined to identify anything unusual from her final 24 hours.
In Bernadette's case, what made it unique and somewhat difficult was the fact that it was a transient area. It's a lot of people coming and going. We went back out again to do some more canvassing, and there was a decent-sized auto dealership right at the end of Bernadette Street. We talked to an employee, and she had some very good information for us. Going back to Monday, the day that we know Bernadette was murdered, she was parked across the street on the north side of the road, and at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she saw an individual standing next to a van that was parked next to her car. 30-year-old white male, 5'10", brown hair. She got in her car and she left. She came back about 45 minutes later. And when she came back, the van was still there.
And the interesting thing is that how he was parked, if he looked down the street, he could see Bernadette's home.
It was in direct sight of Bernadette's residence, for the front door and the driveway and most of her yard. I thought, great, maybe this person was looking that direction and could remember seeing something happen at Bernadette's residence. The individual was now seated inside the van, and as she got out, he made a comment to her without her even saying a word to him. "I'm waiting to meet somebody." He volunteers that to her, which she thought was kind of weird. And she goes into work. And about 15 minutes later, which would now be about 5 o'clock, she goes to leave for the day. He's still there. I asked her if there's anything that stood out about the van, and she remembered that it had a magnet on the side of the van from a local painting company.
This was something certainly that we had to follow up on. Who was he? Was there a line from him to Bernadette? Was this someone that Bernadette knew? Because of the business name on the side of the van, we knew where we were going to go next. And we were going to find out, who is this person in this van?
Investigators on the Bernadette Myers case worked to track down a mystery man seen outside her home on the day of the murder.
So we went and found the owner of the painting company. And the owner is very good friends of Bernadette Myers. So that struck a chord. He informed us that he himself had painted the inside her residence about 4 years prior. And then 3 years ago, the outside of her residence was painted by 2 of his workers, one of them who was currently incarcerated in prison, and the other one was named Charles Hall.
Detectives bring Halm in for an interview.
He told me and confirmed that he did paint her house 3-4 years ago, as he remembered it. Said it took about a week to paint it. He kind of alluded that they were kind of friendly when he painted her house, that she would leave her doors unlocked so they could use the restroom. So I asked him if he had been by there recently. And he said no. And I said, well, you sure? Sure you wouldn't have been somewhere around there to meet somebody? And he kind of said, oh, yeah, I was. He kind of committed to parking in the same area that he was observed in.
He reluctantly admitted that he was there, knowing that there was probably a witness that saw him there.
I asked him for his help to see if he saw anybody over there, and he said, yeah, I could see right to her house, but no, I didn't see anybody. He was thinking out loud at this point to himself, who was I there to meet? Who was it? And he was looking up into the ceiling and looking left and looking right, and he kind of just looked over at us and said, I don't know, beats me. I can't remember who it was. He parked in a spot, for an hour and waited to meet somebody, but can't remember who he was going to meet. I didn't believe him.
We did notice during the course of the interview that Mr. Holmes' shoe size looked like it could have been the shoe size that we were looking for, but there was no real evidence to hold him.
At that point in time, I'd gotten information from him that I could follow up on, and I sent him on his way, and asking him to call me when he thinks of who this alleged person was that he was supposed to meet. We put our surveillance team on him to establish where he's going and coming and who he's associating with so we can start talking to them.
When you're a seasoned investigator and you have to allow them to go, it's gut-wrenching. Not everyone can work homicide. It's very demanding, and it can be incredibly stressful. You have to be able to shift gears very quickly, and you have to have a really strong belief in the law and in justice.
As they begin the follow-up on Holm, the investigation takes a bizarre turn.
There was bulletins that were put out about the circumstances of her death to other law enforcement agencies.
We get a call from Alma Police Department in Arkansas about an individual who they called a hitchhiker that had been dropped off by some people because he was telling them that he was on the run and had murdered a woman in Florida. When law enforcement in Arkansas had contact with him, in going through the stuff, he had some zip ties.
It's a coincidence they can't ignore. So they work towards linking the man to Bernadette.
By going through all these different reports and different associates surrounding this individual, we are able to say at one point in time that a girlfriend of his that lived almost on the same block as Bernadette Myers.
They discover an incident report revealing the hitchhiker had a violent past.
He had been involved in a shooting and kidnapping, so to speak, with an ex-girlfriend or ex-wife. So you see that there's a violent tendency from this unstable person. And then you have the fact that he's saying he murdered a woman in Florida. We are doing everything we can to try and establish where he's been for this time, because he wasn't with the people that he was hitchhiking with anymore, and law enforcement had already sent him on his way, and now he was in the wind. It was very frustrating.
They work to place their new suspect in Bernadette's neighborhood at the time she was killed.
If you can get the timeline right, you can prove or break the suspect's alibi.
We found evidence he was in some facility in Tennessee during the time frame of Bernadette's murder. There was nothing put in him in this area recently. As this investigation went on, it seemed that everybody we came into contact with now all of a sudden is either carrying a zip tie or has them in their garage. None of them were the size of the ones that we found on Bernadette. You want tips to come in, but it depends. Sometimes you get a lot that don't lead you anywhere. Some are good, but you can't pick and choose which ones you get, so you have to work all of them.
The investigation gains new traction when the surveillance team makes an important discovery about painter Charles Hom.
We learned that he was a frequent pawner. A lot of his pawn activity was tools and construction equipment, things of that nature. In Florida, when you pawn anything, you're required to, 1, provide a photo ID, and 2, you're required to provide a thumbprint. If we have any suspicion that could have been a robbery or burglary, you're going to look for somebody pawning this stuff to get the money for it.
Detective Nelvin checks Hom's most recent pawn activity.
After Bernadette Myers' murder, he pawned some women's jewelry.
We traveled to the pawn shops. And based on the drawings by Christopher, we were able to determine that there were several items pawned by Mr. Hom that belonged to Bernadette. These items were sent to the lab for a DNA test.
On the pink coral ring was our one piece of DNA evidence that belonged to Bernadette Myers, which proved that that was her ring. And the concerning part about it is that we're finding that in one particular transaction, he was pawning this before we'd even found her body inside her house on Tuesday.
That was a true breaking point.
With the circumstantial evidence mounting against Charles Hom, detectives are able to subpoena more of his records from the day of the murder.
We got his phone records, and we're able to see what I would describe as a frantic attempt to get a hold of a friend of his named Gary.
It shows a flurry of phone calls, like I think it's 6:20 or 6:22 that evening.
The calls fall right within the time frame of Bernadette's murder, making Gary their next priority.
Gary told us that he was friends with Charles Hom, and he also told us that he had gotten some jewelry from Charles. He also told us that his wife had some of the jewelry. So at that point in time, we go find his wife, Kimber. As I looked at the watch that she's wearing on her wrist, immediately flashed this picture that the family had provided to me of when Bernadette was in Ocala one day before she was murdered.
She was actually wearing Bernadette's watch. There's a part of me that thought that, there was some divine intervention happening there. That's one of those moments that you pray for.
I think the stars just aligned with us having the weekend together, and it was just such a beautiful weekend, but that we had the picture of the watch.
As Charles Hom is charged with first-degree murder, detectives can now identify the critical details from Bernadette's final 24 hours and the events that drew her ever closer to a desperate killer.
The day before, Bernadette had been with her son visiting some relatives in Ocala.
Bernadette came home Sunday evening. She went to work on Monday.
She stopped a couple places on her way home for errands.
Charles Hom sat in his van for an hour waiting for her to get home. He knows that she has a nice house. He knows where she works, so he knows that she's more well off than most people in that area.
Now, whether when he was watching her house, his plan was to kill her, it's possible. He was doing a lot of drugs at that time. Heroin, cocaine, crack cocaine.
She went home that night expecting to have a quiet evening. She put her things down, and Mr. Hom was at the back door. And she probably answered it. She was a friendly person. And she recognized him.
And he probably thought he might be able to smooth talk her into getting some money. But she will tell people her mind. Probably told him to pack sand. He was upset. That's when he attacks her.
He repeatedly struck her in the back of the head with some type of blunt weapon. And he continued to strike her until she went down. To make sure that she was not going to be on this earth any longer, then he took zip ties and he put them around her neck and used those zip ties to drag her body from the kitchen area into her bedroom, where he left her face down with her head in a pool of blood.
He was panicked at some point because he was trying to reach out to his friend Gary at that point in time, frantically. He then used the idea of going through her garage to get in her car to leave without being seen, to go park down the street, to be able to walk back to his van that he was in, and then drive away. Then, the following day, Charles Holm pawned jewelry that belonged to Bernadette Myers 3 hours before we found her. Finding the pawn transaction that's done before her body's found with the jewelry that we know is hers, and then finding this watch that she was wearing not even 24 hours before she was murdered, to me was a huge moment.
He probably looked at it as she could be an easy target as far as that goes. And so in that regard, it's not random. It's random from the standpoint that she did nothing to encourage this. And that's the scary part. You know, there truly are evil people out there that prey on innocent folks.
Ultimately, Charles Holm was convicted of first-degree murder for killing Bernadette Myers. He's serving life with no chance of parole. You're talking about a couple $100 ultimately. A couple highs is what he got out of this. Murdered her brutally. To think about somebody going through that in the last minutes of their life is always stuck in my memory. Being able to put Charles Holm in prison for the rest of his life was very satisfying.
There's parts of every homicide that you always have with you. The part about this case, about Bernadette Myers' death and her murder that stuck with me the most was the courage of her family, even at their time of grief, to help us with the investigation. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to go forward.
I try not to think about how she died. I like to think about how she lived. Bernadette was so funny, and we laughed all the time. She was our aunt, she was a sister, she was a best friend. Sunday morning, we were all just sitting there visiting. And Bernadette was sitting next to me. And she looked me right in the eyes and told me why she loved me. It doesn't get any better than that.
There's usually not a lot left of a person once they're shot with a shotgun.
A brutal killing.
Blood was everywhere. The carnage, the just brutality. That was the worst thing that I've seen.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
And this case had all the classic elements of sex, money, and even drugs.
That was the killer calling and telling them that the job is done.
He needed to go in there and eliminate these problems in his life so he could have what he always wanted.
I can protect you if you tell me the truth.
I would not lie to you about a murder.
The truth will be revealed.
She knew that she was playing with fire. That's when the fuse was lit.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Springfield, Georgia, personifies the small town charm of the South.
Springfield is the county seat of Effingham County. It's a quiet little community. It's rural, a lot of farmland.
It only has 2 red lights. That's how small it is. Just a few thousand people.
One hot summer night, violence erupts at one of the county's most respected homes.
In the early morning hours, Effingham dispatch received a call from a female.
911. Help, please. Can I help you? What's wrong? I'm shot. You're shot? Yes. How did you get shot, ma'am? I don't know.
It was difficult to make out what she was trying to tell them, but they did pick out a couple of words.
Husband shot too. Your husband shot too? Yes. Who else is in the house with you? Son. Your son? Yes. Did he get shot too, or you don't know? I don't know. Do you know who shot you? No. Okay, just stay with me, honey. I got somebody coming to you. Just stay with me, okay?
Upon arrival, deputies locate 58-year-old Linda Height.
When the first responders arrived, they could not believe Linda was even alive. She had taken a shirt and wrapped it around her lower jaw to help stem the flow of blood.
The emergency medical services, they arrived on scene and transported her to a local hospital to immediately get her help. The other 2 individuals in the house, one was Linda's husband, Philip, and a son, Kerry. Both of them had sustained gunshot wounds to the head. It was obvious that no intervention would have saved them.
Investigator Eric Reiner and Assistant District Attorney Michael Muldrew locked down the scene alongside Effingham County Sheriffs.
We knew that this was going to be a very difficult case, that it is going to take tremendous man-hours. The sheriff, knowing that, assessed the situation and called in help, and he called in the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Special Agent Eugene Howard is assigned as the lead.
When I approached the scene and drove onto the road where the Heights family lived, the first thing I realized was the remoteness of the location. It was in a rural location, family dwelling down a dirt road. It wasn't in a public area. Inside the home, I noticed the overwhelming smell of gasoline. We immediately realized that the person who did this was gonna try to set the house on fire, to try to cover up the evidence.
But the crime scene remains intact.
It appeared that the son, Kerry, was shot first. Kerry was in the bedroom to the left. He was shot at close range, and he was shot with what appeared to be a shotgun. You walked down the hallway and you were able to see the father, Philip Height. It appeared that Philip raised up in his bed as a result of hearing the gunshot. Then Philip was shot. Immediately to the right, you see that there was a gunshot through the bathroom door where Linda was shot at.
Shotguns are destructive. They're large barrels, and there's a lot of different metal pellets that come out. There's usually not a lot left of a person once they're shot with a shotgun.
Blood was everywhere. That's, as of today, was the worst scene that I've seen
as far as the carnage, just brutality of the scene, and the sheer will for Linda to live. We wish we could have talked to her, but at that time she was in major surgery in an attempt to save her life.
To find the person who killed Philip Height and his son Carrie and left Linda for dead, investigators will need to reconstruct the last hours of the victims' lives.
What you start thinking about as an investigator is the victimology. Why or what caused this family to be brutally murdered and assaulted? Initially, and from the evidence, it appeared to be a robbery or a break-in. There's a big hunting community in Effingham, so it's not uncommon to have a shotgun. However, there was no shells found at the scene. No person who wanted to come in and rob and shoot had a reason to pick up the shotgun shells, especially if they were gonna set the house on fire. This was different than a random burglary.
There was nothing taken from the house.
Stuff is still there, it's cash.
There were wallets, there was jewelry, there was money and money clips. Truly nothing had been disturbed.
Indication from the scene was that the person went in with the sole intent of killing every soul in the residence.
The apparent targeting of all three Heights in one attack directs them to examine the family history.
Their family's been in this county since its foundation.
Philip Height was well known, extremely well respected. He was connected with a lot of the movers and shakers in South Georgia, and if you wanted to get a real estate deal done, you went to Philip Height.
Philip was the breadwinner. Linda was the homekeeper. She took care of the kids and was the traditional Southern belle and the matriarch. They had 3 sons, Carrie Height, the youngest, Chris Height, the middle child, and Craig Height, the oldest.
Carrie was his daddy's shadow. And he actually worked with him every day in their development company. In a lot of ways, there were 2 peas in a pod.
Carrie was also married to his high school sweetheart, Robin, with whom he had a boy and 2 girls.
They went to notify Robin at her home. They found her there with her children.
She was told about the murders. She was distraught.
Robin tells police Carrie went to his parents' house at approximately 4 p.m. the previous day and had called to say goodnight to the kids at 8:30.
The Heights held family higher than anything else. It was beyond devastating.
There's a lot of emotion in all of this, but your job is to solve the murder. Very difficult questions have to be asked. That's your job. It's not like you like to do it. You have to do it.
She stated that she didn't have any idea who could have done this.
Then she asked, had anyone talked to her brother-in-law yet? Referring to Craig.
Police locate Philip and Linda's eldest son.
Craig was actually living in a friend's hunting cabin, which was several miles away.
When we arrived, Craig was upset, just dismayed, grief.
He gave a statement. He said he had been at the hunting cabin and that he had gone there earlier in the evening and he had been there all night and that he had not found out about the murders until he was called well on up in the morning.
Investigators get their first real lead.
We found out that Philip's business was in dire straits. He was struggling at that point. Due to the downturn in the economy, a lot of real estate deals were going bust. There were foreclosures left and right.
Billions, if not trillions of dollars was lost in the 2008 financial crisis. Millionaires reduced to paupers. And that leads to a number of people having motive to commit murder.
One of the investigative tracks that would have had to have been investigated was whether money was owed to clients in the business that the father and the son ran.
They might appear successful from the outside, but as in many instances, looks can be deceiving.
Investigators discover the brutal attack on the Height family may be connected to the business Philip and his son Carey ran together.
There had been some contentiousness between Philip and some of the other people that he worked with in development business and bankers, and we thought that somebody did this to get back at him somehow.
You must investigate creditors or persons that were involved in the business. Is it 10, 20, $30 million at stake? People will do anything for money.
As they start their inquiry, they receive a tip.
This lady in Effingham County received a phone call, and she tells the sheriff that she had received it approximately the same time that she thought that the Height murders were being carried out. She could hardly hear them, but she could hear them say, "The deed is done."
This happened that night, and that's what made the person who received the call think, hey, this might have something to do with the case.
You cannot discount anything at that point. A lot of times, the leads that we get from the community actually result in some good information. So the first thing you do is you get phone records. We interviewed a lot of people that had conducted business with Philip. We searched his real estate business. We toted out boxes of records, searched through all those records. We could not come up with any credible information that would lead us to a motive for the crime. People argue, but it doesn't mean that they're going to kill you. Maybe he did have an exchange of words, but that was not a viable motive for murder.
Philip would not have made any decisions that would have jeopardized himself or his family. He just wasn't one of those type people. He wasn't dealing with the mob. He wasn't borrowing money from loan sharks. He was a hard businessman, but he was a businessman.
Police pore over phone records, finally locating their mystery caller.
It was just a random telephone call in the middle of the night for someone that was doing some repair work at a restaurant. That person called and said, hey, the job is done, and they called the wrong number. It just proved to be just a random telephone call, but it had to be investigated.
They turn their focus to the middle son.
Chris was a successful builder and lived close by Linda and Philip and was a real integral part of the family. He was devastated beyond belief.
Chris tells investigators he was at his parents' house at 4 p.m. when Carey first arrived.
Chris was in a hurry to get home, feed his children, bathe his children, get ready for their school the next day.
He reported that he was home with his wife that entire night, which was confirmed by his wife.
But Chris does have an idea about where they should go next.
Chris mentioned his father saying to him that he reported something to the local law enforcement.
There was a meth addict down the road that was manufacturing methamphetamine.
Philip called law enforcement and said, hey, this guy is selling meth in our neck of the woods.
He actually went to prison for that.
They thought that maybe this particular person had something to do with the death of Philip and Carrie Height.
Police learned the man, Peter Hoffman, served close to 3 years for possessing and manufacturing methamphetamine.
Crystal meth is a huge problem in the southern United States. And people who have a drug trafficking network will do anything to keep that network. And if you're a crystal meth dealer, you're a bad person, capable of terrible acts. And if you go to jail because somebody ratted you out, and you sit in jail and you stew and stew, in this case, it's entirely plausible that the father had a target on his back.
They determine Hoffman lives just over a mile from the Height home.
You know, you have to track this down. You can collect all this evidence, but until you confront that person, you don't really know how it fits together. You knock on the door, you talk to the guy, and you do an interview.
Hoffman claims he was nowhere near the Height house that evening.
We've all done this for many years, so we get a feeling on whether or not someone is being honest. You know, you can tell if something's off. You speak with them and question them about the evidence that you've collected, and you look at the reaction, and it kind of helps you synthesize this evidence and see if it's actually something that you can use that points to the guilt or innocence of the person. And in that particular case, did not pan out.
It was a very tantalizing rumor, but there was absolutely no evidence that this guy had any ill will towards the Heights when he got out.
Investigators turned back to the scene for more clues.
We noticed that there was a key in the door, and it was a true deadbolt, which means it's keyed on both sides.
Through the family, they learn of a backup key used only for emergencies.
Only a handful of people knew about this secret key that allowed access to the house. It was kept in a utility room off the carport in a special little notch above the door, and it would not be something that even a trained burglar would normally find.
When the garage is searched, that key is missing.
So we knew that that was the key from the secret hiding place.
It would lead me right away as an investigator to believe this was some form of what we'll call an inside job.
Since we had such a small number of people that knew about the key, it had to be somebody that was closely associated with this family and that actually had the intent to commit an execution.
They press the family to identify anyone with knowledge of the key. One name stands out.
There was another particular person that came in interest, and that was John Henry, Robin Heist's brother. It was mentioned to us that, well, John Henry goes onto the property all the time, and he would know where the key was at. John Henry was mentioned by the family because he had personal problems.
And so you have a person of interest who has access to the deceased house. You have to now track the suspect's movements in those 24 hours to figure out whether or not this is the person who did it.
Police have identified family friend John Henry as a person of interest in the Height murders.
We found out that he was a very, very close friend of Carrie Height. Carrie got him a lot of jobs. He was a handyman.
This friendship makes Henry's potential motive for murder unclear.
Most murders are committed between people who know each other, and it usually comes down to a factor involving the relationship itself. In these cases where that person either orchestrated or committed the murder, identifying motive, it's not so easy for the detective. You can't have that tunnel vision. You still have to step back and investigate the whole case.
They track down John Henry at his home.
He claimed that he was actually in Charleston, South Carolina for the 1-year anniversary of his marriage, and said they were staying at a nice hotel about 2.5 hours away from Springfield, Georgia.
If he's got an alibi, then typically you tell the police right away you've got an alibi and you provide alibi evidence.
We went to the hotel that he stayed at, picked up information from there, verifying that he was there. John Henry absolutely loved Carrie Height. After looking into his alibi, learning about his close relationship with Carrie Height, just wouldn't have been possible for him to have committed this act. He knew about the key, but he didn't do it.
We find evidence and we follow the evidence, and wherever it leads us is where we go. You have a theory, theories change.
Eliminating suspects can often be more important than identifying suspects. The end goal, of course, being that there's one name left.
As you eliminate leads, you're narrowing focus, you're really putting everything into it because you got to run it out. You know, you've got to make sure because it's a person's life. Of course, when something like this happens, it's like a thunderclap. People start looking and are paranoid. They don't know. They think they may be next, you know. Especially in this area of Effingham County, because it still has that small town vibe.
When we're dealing with small town murders, people love to talk. It's not the same as a big city where no one talks. It's the exact opposite.
Rumors were spreading that Robin had been having an affair.
Infidelity in and of itself is relatively common, as we can base on the amount of divorces and separations that go on. When an investigator learns that the partner of the deceased had been cheating, that creates a different mindset for the investigator. Infidelity is often part of the motive of someone's death, and it has to be investigated.
When we contacted Robin Height about it, she was forthcoming with the information. She didn't try to hide the fact that there was an affair.
She said the affair had been going on for some months.
When you start fooling around on your spouse, it's a recipe for disaster, and the chances of it not ending well vis-a-vis a murder are extremely likely.
Believing Carrie may have been the main target, they need to determine his wife's whereabouts on the night of the crime.
Robin Height reported that she was at home all night.
There was dozens and dozens of man-hours spent tracking that down and getting cell phone records. Her cell phone was at the house all night long.
Robin never left the residence that night.
But what detectives soon discover changes everything.
She was having an affair with her brother-in-law, Craig.
Allegations of an illicit affair cast suspicion on Philip and Linda's oldest son, Craig.
We asked Craig about his relationship with Robin Height, and he's completely denied any sexual relationship with his sister-in-law. But we knew he was lying about the affair. That was a very crucial moment in the investigation.
He's brought in for further questioning.
We did a hard-hitting interview. he lied about the affair even more. So we scheduled him for a polygraph. He started to change his statements. He told us that he did have an affair.
If someone is caught in a lie by police, they will often change their story afterwards. They will often backpedal. It shines the light on them because they didn't tell the truth in the first place.
Craig's lie opens the door to a shocking suggestion that even for investigators is hard to stomach.
People didn't think there was any way he could shoot his mama. Knowing the community, knowing the status of this family, we knew that we were going to have to leave no stone unturned and no questions unanswered.
After multiple surgeries, the sole survivor of the attack comes to.
The doctors at the hospital could not believe Linda was alive, and everybody just agrees that it's a miracle that she made it.
Linda is pressed for details about her attacker, but the impact of her trauma proves too great.
She did not know who the person was.
They were allowing other family to come in. Chris, her middle son, came in to see her first, and they had a very sweet reunion. As soon as he left, Craig came in. And everyone noticed that the heart monitor started racing. Blood pressure, heart rate, everything skyrocketed. He was just there a couple of minutes and he left. And then her heart went back to normal.
Family members were picking up on the fact that Craig showed visible sickness when he was found out that his mother would make a full recovery.
Craig's mother is unable to provide more information, so Special Agent Howard turns to her middle son, Chris, to see what he knows.
Chris indicated the family was just learning of the affair. This was just tearing his family apart.
For Philip to see the family that he and Linda had nurtured fall apart because of his oldest son's affair with his youngest son's wife, it was beyond devastating.
Chris says the conflict had recently come to a breaking point.
Craig was told an ultimatum that if he did not leave Robin Hyde alone and leave Carrie's family alone, that he would be completely removed from Philip's will. At the same time, Carrie was trying to remove Robin from his will.
Wills can tear families apart if the content of the wills are known. If it is disclosed that a person's not included in the will or one person's getting more than another person, that could be a motive for someone to get very upset and perhaps commit murder.
Amid the denials, Carrie and Philip look for tangible proof of the affair.
Carrie installed a GPS device on Robin's vehicle. And so they knew where she had been going.
On that Saturday and that weekend, Craig and Robin spent the weekend together.
A friend of Philip's, who owned a helicopter, was asked by Philip to fly over this hunting cabin where they suspected Robin was meeting him.
He flew over, took some photographs of them.
Craig came to the immediate conclusion that that was his daddy sending somebody to spy on him.
Craig had been confronted by Philip in the past, and he had denied it. Craig couldn't deny the fact that they were having an affair anymore.
Craig was upset. He knew that everything was coming to an end.
The life that Craig wanted was the life that his brother lived. He wanted his brother's life. He wanted his brother's wife. Conflicts between brothers is as old as the Bible. It's as old as mankind. It's as old as history itself.
That Sunday, Carey confronts his wife, Robin.
He says, I'm leaving, I'm filing for a divorce.
Carey decided to go stay at his mother's house, which was the first time he had stayed there since their marriage.
When Carey got there, he actually requested Chris to witness his signing of a new will. Chris told him, I don't have time right now, but we'll do it later. And unfortunately, there was no later.
It's compelling circumstantial evidence, but still not enough for an arrest.
The picture of the killer was coming into focus. But there was no physical evidence, no eyewitness, no DNA.
We knew, due to the nature of the crime and the people involved, that we didn't have to not only prove that Craig Hite committed the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, but we also had to prove that no one else committed the crime. That's different from most cases.
They need to place the gun in Craig's hands.
We determined the shotgun type that he used and the shell that he used would cause a mark, would leave a really big bruise.
So they asked Craig, would you mind removing your shirt? And he said that he had an accident getting out of a bathtub the other day, and he got some bruises. He was giving an explanation to a question that nobody was asking. When he pulled the shirt off, there were 2 bruises on this shoulder and 1 bruise on this shoulder. They were consistent with a shotgun being held.
It was the moment that I knew without a doubt that Craig Hite was the shooter.
Investigators believe Craig Hite had the means and the motive to commit the brutal assault on his family. They now need to solidify the case.
One of the most common misconceptions about murder investigations, for sure, is the need to arrest the killer right away. That's not the case. It's the exact opposite. You're trained to make sure before you lay a charge, you have a reasonable grounds of convicting the person you're charging. You gotta have that evidence first.
We wanted to make sure there were no loose ends when we made that arrest. We knew that we were only going to have one good shot. For Craig Hite to have the opportunity to commit this crime, several pieces need to fall into place. Those included for Philip, Linda, and Carey to be at the same place at the same time with no witnesses around.
They re-interview the one person with that knowledge, Carey's wife, Robin.
He hasn't said to me, I did it, or, my God, if he had told me that he had done it, I would have called you. I mean, honestly, I just did not believe that he would do that, or could do that.
I can protect you, you tell me the truth. You bullshit me, I'm not gonna be able to protect you, but I'm gonna tell you something. If he did do this, and he thinks you told us something, do not think for 1 second that he will not walk up in your house and shoot you in the face just like he did them.
If I knew something, I would have told you that day that you first questioned me. I would not lie to you about a murder.
She provides a critical new detail.
Rob and Craig are in communication with each other that night. And Robin says, Carrie left me.
His opportunity came to fruition when Carrie and Robin had a huge fight that Sunday.
This proves that Craig knew Carrie was with his parents that night. While the evidence against him remains circumstantial, the timeline of that final fateful day shows he was the only one capable of committing the brutal attack.
The spark started when Robin and Craig were confronted about the affair. That's when the fuse was lit. He talked to Robin Height, and he learned that night that Carrie was staying at the family home.
That's when he decided it's what he needed to do. He needed to go in there and eliminate these problems in his life.
He got his shotgun. He goes over to the home. He uses the key to enter the residence. He goes in and he shoots Carrie, point blank, and rushes in to shoot Philip, who's awakened by the sound of the shotgun. Linda, thank God, was not in the bedroom and was in the bathroom. He turns and shoots her as she opens the door. At that time, she's knocked out. He picks up the shotgun shells. He goes out, he gets the gas. He pours gas. As he's going to set the fire, he hears his mother on the phone. At that time, he doesn't know if the local law enforcement will be there in a moment. He doesn't know how long she's been on the phone. He doesn't know if his brother Chris has been called, who is less than a mile away. So he has no other choice but to leave.
Police are now certain of his guilt, but as they prepare to make the arrest, they make a disturbing discovery.
Craig had actually moved into the home of Carrie Height and Robin Height and began to take over a father figure role. Craig was taking over his brother's life. He was raising his kids, driving his truck, sleeping with his wife. It just was appalling. We received the telephone call that at the end of the school year that Craig and Robin were moving to South Carolina.
On May 22, 2009, 9 months after the murders, Craig Height is arrested.
I truly believe that Craig is a sociopath. That's the only way somebody could commit the crimes that he committed.
When she is informed, Robin has a surprising response.
Initially, Robin didn't believe that he was involved.
I'm telling you, he is the one. You've seen the warrants that killed your husband, his father, and shot his mother.
He just kept saying, I did not do this. I swear to you, I did not do this. And I just believed him.
He really had a lot of control over Robin. But after his arrest and he no longer had control, she became more forthright into their relationship and what all had happened.
Robin's mindset started changing about his possible involvement.
As the trial begins, the family remains divided.
There are some members of the family that want to believe that he was not involved.
Chris never could reconcile the fact that his brother committed these horrific crimes. I truly believe Linda knows that he committed these crimes, but you have to remember that, I mean, she's still Craig's mother. She lost one son. She was about to lose another one. No mother would ever want to admit that she raised a son that's capable of doing what Craig did.
The jury ultimately found Craig Hite guilty of murdering his father and his brother and brutally attacking his mother.
Craig Hite is sentenced to 2 life terms, plus an additional 85 years.
He essentially going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
You work hard, you put all this effort into a case, and you get the verdict that you're seeking. You do feel good because you felt like justice has been served. But on the flip side of that, you still have a broken family and community that was going to take a long time to heal. Your heart goes out to that family.
There was a lot of horrible things he did to her. He was sicko. Just evil.
A brutal killing.
Diane was wonderful. She'd do anything in this world for you. It just rattled me all the way to my bones.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
We started getting phone calls from women that had encountered this man.
He had a crush on Diane. He would send her flowers and give her gifts.
It had the telltale signs of a serial killer.
The truth will be revealed.
He had this fantasy. Just came a time where he couldn't resist any longer, and he had to act it out.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. November 15th, 2001. A massive storm rips through Austin, Texas.
It was one of the worst storms that had ever hit Austin in, like 100 years or so. We had about 15 tornadoes come through that day.
The morning after, one resident is unaccounted for.
Hi, Diane. It's Gloria. Just checking in with you. Hi, Diane. It's 2 o'clock. Just worried about you. Wanted to check to make sure you're okay. Give me a call.
Diane Hollick was with IBM. She was a project manager.
Most of her stuff was teleconferencing. The storm blew in Thursday afternoon. She was supposed to get back online by Friday at 10 o'clock. They had a big conference call. When she didn't make that conference call, everybody got concerned that maybe something had happened to her in the storm. That was very out of character for her to not make a teleconference call. They became concerned enough to call the police.
When officers first arrived at the house, they looked in through the windows. They checked around the back and all the doors were secure. There was no signs of forced entry anywhere.
They rang the doorbell and nobody came to the door. They noticed that Diane had a for sale sign out in front of her house.
A neighbor who had a key saw that there was police cars over at the property, so she walked down and offered to let them in.
When the officers entered the house, they checked all the rooms, couldn't find anything.
It was immaculately clean, everything in its place. But one officer, as he was leaving, thought about a room that he had gone into and reflected he didn't go all the way to the back of the room. So he returned to that room, and on the other side of the bed, furthest away from the door, he saw that the bedspread had been pulled over something.
When he rounded the corner, he noticed that there was a body halfway stuffed underneath a daybed that was in that bedroom. He immediately noticed that she had a deep furrow in her neck, which suggested strangulation. We knew that we were dealing with a homicide.
Lead investigator Detective Tracy Garish and Detective Eric De Los Santos are now responsible for finding Diane's killer. Their first task is to notify friends and family.
I got a call. It was Detective Garish from Austin PD. She goes, well, I'm sorry to tell you that someone had come into Diane's house and that she had been killed there. It just rattled me all the way to my bones. I just busted into tears at that point. Diane was wonderful. She'd do anything in this world for you. Anytime anybody came up to Diane, they were like an instant friend. She was like a sister. And to die the way that I was imagining at that time was devastating.
We learned through Diane's friends that she was a very vivacious, wonderful woman, a true innocent victim. I was in charge of the case and everything fell upon my shoulders. At the end of the day, that can weigh on your mind heavily.
To catch Diane's killer, detectives must unearth all the details of her final day.
Establishing a victim's timeline up to her death is key in any investigation. You want to go back even just 24 hours, find out what she was doing every hour of that day, up until the time where, of course, the murder happens.
We knew that the last time she had been on the computer was approximately 3:59. That's when she shut it down to prepare for the storm coming in. And then the following morning, she missed her early morning conference call, which would have been about 10 o'clock. We estimated that she probably was murdered sometime between Thursday after 4 and Friday morning at 10.
They focus on Diane's body, looking for further clues.
She was fully clothed. She still had jewelry on. She had a watch on. She still had some money sticking out of the pocket of her pants. When you're being strangled, Your basic instinct would be your hands would go up to try to pull that ligature off of you. But we didn't see any broken nails. We noticed that she had these pattern that is similar to flexi cuffs on her wrists. We didn't find the ligature that was used to strangle her. We didn't find the flexi cuffs that were used to bind her hands.
The color of the wrist being red suggests that her heart was beating when the bindings were applied. She was either struggling against the bindings, causing abrasions, or the bindings were applied tightly, or both.
So we knew that the suspect took her by surprise, had to bind her because she would be fighting, and then strangled her.
As we went through the crime scene and searched the room, we observed that there was some makeup on the rug in the room that Diane was found.
So we felt like maybe that's where she had been taken down and basically subdued. We examined the entire house to look for some type of big struggle. We didn't find anything. Her car was still there, her wallet was still there, and she still had a significant amount of jewelry that was left over.
As we continued to process it, we found that it appeared to have been cleaned.
It was the most pristine crime scene we've ever seen. We didn't even find, really, Diane's fingerprints in her own house, and that's very unusual when you live there. We used a UV light to check all the carpeting and all the toilet areas, and we're basically looking for seminal fluid. But we were not able to find any in the house.
The evidence points to a well-planned, premeditated attack.
Initially, we always look at the people that are closest to you, a boyfriend, a jilted lover, or a friend, a coworker that maybe you didn't feel the same way for. We learned through Diane's friends that she'd been married before, but was divorced, and I think she wanted to get married again. And she met a man, Dennis, through an agency called It's Just Lunch. Apparently, they hit it off right away. And within 6 months, he proposed to her. He used to live in Austin, and he moved to Houston. And so that's why she decided to go ahead and sell her house and move to Houston to be with Dennis.
But friends say Diane's fairy tale romance had begun to falter.
We had heard that he had a short fuse and that he gets mad at the simplest things. Diane liked to go and come as she pleased. Dennis wanted to know where she was every second. She didn't like the fact that he was possessive or jealous because she was so free and outgoing. They had had a lot of on again, off again over the past 6 months. And things seemed to be continually going downhill.
Some of her friends said that maybe they'd broken off the engagement.
I asked her, so you're still gonna sell? She goes, yeah, even if I don't move to Houston, I'm still gonna sell. This house is just too big for me and 2 dogs. I want to downsize.
An item absent from the crime scene raises suspicion even further.
She had an engagement ring that Dennis had given her. That was one thing that we knew was missing. If you were gonna take a $20,000 ring, why wouldn't you take the watch that was on her wrist or the money that was actually sticking out of her pocket? So things were taken, but they almost appeared to be as if they might have been tokens.
As questions swirl around Dennis, police receive another incriminating clue.
One of Diane's friends knew a lot about Diane's personal life. And she had told us that she believed Diane had made a date for Thursday night online with some man, and she didn't know who it was.
Dennis was very jealous of Diane. If he had found out that Diane was dating other people, yeah, he had been absolutely furious. Furious.
A broken engagement has made Dennis Conley the first suspect in Diane Hollick's murder.
Because he was so prone to anger and because Houston's only 2.5 hours away, obviously we focused in on him. It was completely within the realm of possibility that he could come down to Austin, got into an argument with her, strangled her, and then drove back to Houston. Dennis actually left a bunch of phone calls on her answering machine right after the murder occurred. They seemed a little bit on the angry side.
I've been at work for an hour. Where are you? You better not be sleeping. Hey, you. If I don't hear from you in about an hour, I'm calling the freaking police. I have to go by your house, okay? Diane, what is going on? Give me a call.
Making contact with a deceased person after the murder is one of the ways that a murderer will try to throw the police off the scent and get the police to believe that you're calling because you did not know the victim had died.
Detective Garish brings Dennis in for questioning.
He did seem a little bit on the aggressive side.
If you run into problems again with somebody wanting to come down here like this, just tell them it's a private room and there's nobody around, because that's what I didn't want.
Right, okay. How long have you known Diane?
We met about 13 months ago.
Dennis told us that there were problems between them, but they were trying to work it out.
It's just, you know, everybody carries baggage into your relationships at this age, and our baggage was clashing, and we were working on it, but we decided not to be engaged anymore.
Okay.
And, you know, she was working like a crazy maniac, and I'm trying to get settled in a new job. There was just a lot of stress points. You know, she's so goddamn stubborn.
Detective Garish attempts to establish Dennis's whereabouts in the hours before the murder.
Diane did speak with Dennis around noon on Thursday via instant messenger. He said he was in Houston preparing a presentation Thursday night for a big meeting he had on Friday morning at his place of business.
I got a friend staying with me, so he can vouch for me if it comes to that.
Through eyewitness testimony from his roommate, cell phone records, we were able to disqualify him as a suspect. Also, when we forensically analyzed her computer, we found no evidence of that date. We were never able to confirm that she ever had a date with anybody on Thursday night.
Dennis had some anger issues, but he couldn't have done this.
Dennis is soon pointing the finger at another regular presence in Diane's daily life.
Has anybody gotten a hold of Ray?
No, we're trying to figure out who Ray is. What's the deal with Ray?
I mean, I don't want to be vindictive, but he's the one that...
You're here to hear it all.
Yeah, so, I mean, Ray, every time I've met him, he's definitely out there on the edge.
Diane had actually hired Ray to be one of her employees, so he worked for her. Dennis said that Ray really had a crush on Diane. He would send her flowers and give her gifts. Dennis thought that that was a little odd.
The way Diane described it to me, he seemed to worship the ground she walks on. He seems to be attracted to women that are not attracted to him.
It's a strong accusation, so police speak to others to back it up.
Ray was pretty devoted to her. He's the one that took care of her dogs when she would go traveling or go out of town. He'd come over, he'd take the dogs home with him, or he'd sit there at her house and take care of them. He was always there.
Ray even appears at the house while police are processing the scene.
The woman who lives up the street called us and said, hey, Ray's over at Diane's house if you want to talk to him. Ray was a little flippant about everything, kind of joking and just odd. I mean, he was almost too enthusiastic about helping us with the investigation.
I know Diane probably better than most people in the town. I watch her house for the last couple of years, her dogs. I can tell you anything you need to know about the house or what she does or anything about it, so.
Okay.
We could be here for a long time if you want. You think that I can help you out?
I kind of want to know her schedule and.
Police, they've got a nose for things that aren't normal. And so if you're really forthcoming and you're really cooperative to a level that just doesn't correspond to what people believe is normal, then it can kind of lead to a creep factor.
Not to bug into your business, but did y'all find any signs of 4th century at all? Like any doors, nothing? She locked everything, so. These are her keys to our house, too, in case you need copies of them for anyone.
To your house?
No, to her house.
Oh, no, I'm gonna take those keys.
Okay.
She is deceased, and there's really no need for you to be in the house anymore.
No.
Who do you know that has keys to the house?
Just me, as far as I know. I think I am the only person that I know that has keys.
I think he liked her so much that he had hope that one day she would like him or grow to have feelings for him.
People say you might have had a little crush on her.
Diane? Oh, hell yeah. For sure. I always had a crush on Diane.
And Diane didn't reciprocate your feelings?
Oh, no.
And that could have angered him. Said, Ray's definitely a potential in this.
It could have been out of jealousy for her being engaged to Dennis and leaving Austin, or he may have made some type of an advance towards her that wasn't reciprocated, and he got upset with her and strangled her.
The fact that she's covered up, there's remorse. Ray could have felt remorse after the murder.
Ray must now account for his whereabouts during the time frame police believe Diane was murdered.
He told us he was at work.
Do you punch in at work?
Yeah, so you can get that too. That's a record you can use. And there's cameras all over the place too in the parking lot. There's a scan card.
Every time you walk out the door to leave, you badge in, badge out.
Have to.
So it's all documented every time he comes in and out of the IBM facility. So we were able to eliminate him through those records. Ray was an odd character, but he wasn't our guy.
Ray continues with his helpful behavior.
There's probably a question that I would like to ask you, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to tell me or not.
Go ahead and ask it, and I'll let you know if I can tell you.
Did they know where they found her? Was it in the living room, the bedroom? I mean,
yeah, she was in the upstairs bedroom.
She never goes upstairs. I would guess that she was showing somebody the house, and they went upstairs to look at the house.
In an effort to confirm Ray's theory, they speak to Diane's friends and colleagues.
We found out that, yes, in fact, she had someone come see the house.
Cynthia was a friend of Diane's, and she knew that Diane was selling her home. Diane had actually contacted her on Thursday, and then she told her, hey, this guy just came to the house. He's moving to town with his wife and kids, but he's going to be paying cash. Diane was really excited that this was a potential buyer for the home. She said he was going to be returning. And I think Cynthia was a little upset with Diane because she allowed a stranger into her home. And she told her, you know, hey, Diane, you need to be careful about letting people into your house. She wasn't really able to give us a description of the person.
Police turn to the nearby community, hoping for a lead on Diane's mystery buyer.
When I first started canvassing the neighborhood, I spoke with the immediate neighbors, and no one had seen anything. And so that was a little discouraging. As I went to the different homes, I was told by some residents that also had their homes for sale that a male had come by interested in buying the property. One of the residents that I spoke to described the vehicle that this man had been driving as a metallic minivan. These people were telling me that the guy made them nervous, that he was kind of domineering.
Detective De Los Santos comes to a man who says he saw a metallic van parked in Diane's driveway around 5 p.m., the day before her body is discovered.
So that definitely threw up a red flag for us.
Police learn of a suspicious man seen near Diane's house on the day of her murder.
I became quite optimistic at that point, thinking, wow, we had a really good lead here on someone that was coming around the neighborhood, given this exact same story. He said that he had cash to pay and that he was kind of previewing the homes before he brought his wife over to look at the homes. Residents described the stranger as a white male with brown hair, kind of a large nose, possibly about 5'10", 200 plus pounds.
They find a woman nearby who is visited by the same man at 3 p.m., the day before Diane's body was discovered.
She definitely got a creepy vibe from him. He had left her a name, Walter Miller, and gave her the telephone number and said that he would be coming back with his wife. When I searched the name Walter Miller through the Austin Police database, we only came up with 2. And one was in his 90s, so it obviously wasn't him. And the other one didn't fit the description. So we were able to pretty much rule that name out as being fictitious.
They traced the phone number to Bastrop County, around 35 miles from Diane's home.
It came back to a gentleman by the name of Matthew Sapolsky.
A background check reveals a criminal history.
When we actually located Matthew, he did not fit the physical description of our suspect, and he had also been injured severely in this car accident. And he had a crash collar around his neck, and he was paralyzed in both of his arms.
For investigators, it's clear he could not have physically attacked Diane on the day of the murder.
We were disappointed, but obviously we knew we were onto somebody who was pretty smart. Smart enough to leave fictitious names and numbers. However, they weren't smart in the fact that they way overexposed themselves in that neighborhood that day. But when you're looking for a stranger, the odds of you actually solving that become astronomical.
I kept asking them who could have done this, because it seemed totally random. Totally random.
Diane's father was actually a homicide detective in New York, and so I felt a lot of pressure to make sure that we turned every stone on this case to get justice for that family.
It just hit a little closer to home because I was a homicide detective and I had a daughter. That would be my worst nightmare. So I felt this sense of urgency to solve it.
Using eyewitness accounts, they create a composite sketch of the man and release it to the media.
Within minutes, we started getting multiple phone calls from women that had encountered this man, and they had their homes for sale.
The incidents go back as far as 6 months, all across the Austin area.
It appears that he went to homes during the day, and he went to affluent neighborhoods.
He was targeting a specific time frame to target a specific type of person.
Most of these women were stay-at-home moms, and their husbands were not there. During basically the depression in the real estate market, I think he felt like these women were so eager to sell their homes that they would be more willing to let him in.
So it might be that he just went through all these women because he was looking for the perfect victim. Or it might be that he was building up his courage to finally go through with it.
It was a pattern. It had the telltale signs of a serial killer or someone who could potentially do this again.
They receive a call from someone who encountered the man just 2 weeks before Diane's murder.
A woman called in and said, the same guy that you guys have put on TV came to my house. She said that he grabbed a flyer from the advertised real estate sign from the front of the house. During the visit, our suspect followed her into the master bedroom, and she knew in her heart that something really bad was about to happen. He just had this look in his eye. And then her baby cried. I think he got spooked. And when he got spooked, I think he left the house, not realizing that he left the flyer behind. So we immediately sent a crime scene unit out there to retrieve the flyer.
While waiting for the analysis, yet another woman comes forward.
She claimed that the man came up and was kind of demanding to get into the house to look at it. And she said that he was just so aggressive with her that it made her nervous.
It concerned her enough that she decided to peek out and get his license plate.
The description of the vehicle he was driving was a metallic colored minivan.
This description matches the vehicle spotted in Diane's driveway.
We ran it through our records, and it popped up the name Anthony Russo. And he lived in Cedar Creek, which is out in Bastrop County.
Research on Russo showed that he had a history, a violent history, especially with women.
Police believe they've uncovered the identity of the mystery homebuyer spotted in Diane's neighborhood. 38-year-old Anthony Russo.
Mr. Russo had recently been let go from prison after being incarcerated for an aggravated kidnapping. And in this particular aggravated kidnapping, he tied a woman up, basically held her hostage in her office for several hours.
He spent over 8 years in prison.
During that time, he found God. So now he's out of prison, and he's gone to work at this small church in Cedar Creek as a music minister.
After you've done this job for just a few years, you learn that anyone is capable of anything.
So our initial plan to approach Russo was we basically were gonna knock on his door in the middle of the night.
We didn't really know what to expect with this guy, considering his history of violence. So we got to his house at about 4 in the morning. It's a very dark area. There's no street lights. It's out in the country.
We actually saw a metallic colored minivan. He opened the door. He never asked us why we were there.
Russo didn't seem too terribly surprised. We asked if he would come in and speak to him, and he did.
He basically told his wife, you know, I'm on parole. These things are going to happen from time to time. I'm going to go ahead and go with them, and I'll be back later.
Things go wrong in your town or something, it's possibly people would look at you. And that's okay. Though I don't know what this is about. And we'll explain that to you when we get there.
Detectives come right to the point.
We had a picture of Diane, and we basically threw it on the table in front of him and asked him point blank, do you know this person?
I want you to be as honest as you can. Do you remember ever talking to her?
Yes, sir.
You never talked to her?
No. I don't remember seeing her or talking to her
Her name is
ever.
Diane. You know any Dianes? No, sir. So you're saying you've never seen this woman, never been to her house, never been invited to look around?
And he immediately said, is somebody accusing me of robbing them or stealing from them? Because if that's the case, that's not me.
I don't know what to say, but I haven't stolen anything from anybody.
And we basically told him, you know, she's dead. And he said, well, I have nothing to do with that.
I don't know if you noticed when you walked in here, this is the homicide unit. I don't know if you've seen TV tonight, a composite drawing of what looks like you.
I've done a lot of things wrong in my life, I'm telling you. As badly as I feel for this woman here, I'm sorry, but you guys are barking up the wrong tree, and I don't care how hard you dig, you're not gonna find me committing any crime like that.
Their next step is to place Russo on the timeline to determine if he could have killed Diane.
He told us that he was in the Austin area because he was going to a Christian radio station to talk to them about his website.
About what time was that?
So that would have been about 4 o'clock, I believe. Sometimes they answer the door, sometimes they don't. When no one came to the door, I went ahead and left.
The storm blows in, and he ended up getting lost. He said, I was lost, I didn't know how to get out of the neighborhood. He said, but I really didn't know what neighborhood I was in. He called his wife in a panic, and she stayed on the phone with him basically until she directed him out of Austin and got him on his way back to Bastrop.
I know I was on the phone with my wife the entire time going all the way home. I have no idea where I was at.
Do you think it's a little coincidental that several people said that they saw you in the neighborhood?
Well, it has to be coincidental because I haven't been in any neighborhood.
When police dig deeper, his story doesn't hold up.
Everybody in the radio station was preparing for this storm, and part of their tornado protocol is to get everybody that works in the building into the lobby and open the front doors to equalize the pressure if a tornado came through.
So if he had been there, they would have seen him.
If you get questioned, you shouldn't provide false alibis and false evidence, because what you're doing is creating a constellation of facts that are building up against you.
His phone records also indicated that he was still in Austin during the storm.
The phone records indicate he was there around 5 p.m. on Thursday.
We were able to really put him right in the middle of Diane's neighborhood. We were pretty excited because we knew that we were on the right track. We specifically asked him point blank if he was out looking for homes in Austin, if he was in the neighborhood to buy a home, and he flat out adamantly denied that it was not him. He wasn't in the market to look for a home, they couldn't afford that kind of home, and it wasn't him.
Police obtain Russo's fingerprints for comparison.
When they processed the flyer that had been obtained from one of the residents, it had Russo's fingerprints on it that showed that he had been at that residence and that he had given that story to that particular resident.
As homicide detectives, that's the one thing that you're looking for, is that one mistake that opens the case for you.
It proved that he had been the one that was going from house to house that was for sale. He was lying.
Police have Diane Hollick's suspected killer, Anthony Russo, cornered, but there isn't enough evidence to justify his arrest.
All we had was a very circumstantial case, so now comes the hard work to make a case against him to keep him in jail and prove that he was there. When we got the fingerprint hit on the flyer, we were able to prove that he lied to us, and that in and of itself is a parole violation, which was enough to revoke him and put him back in jail for making a false report to a police officer. And so this really was a strategy to give us that extra time we needed. We went to Tony's house to execute the search warrant, to photograph the van and collect any evidence that we might get from that van.
I was a bit disappointed when we didn't find anything. And then as we're starting to go down the driveway, I found where he had some wire rolled up. And it was held in place by his white ties.
They appeared to be exactly the same size as what was used to bind her wrists. The thing that really threw it over the top for us was we seized a computer from his home. He was a member of a group that you have to sign on to called Necrobabes. And it is a kind of a fantasy website. Basically, these are vignettes, little stories of women who have been strangled and bound. And there's photographs either of real crime scenes or staged crime scenes that go along with these little vignettes. It became very clear to us that Tony Russo had an affinity for bondage and strangulation.
Police look through Russo's search history and discover he was looking at the site only hours before Diane's murder.
One of the stories had to do with a woman being strangled in her home that was for sale, and that the ruse would be that you make it look like it's a robbery. That was pretty much what he did. He emulated that story almost to a T. That piece of the puzzle was pretty much the last piece we needed. We knew without a doubt it was him.
On May 29th, 2002, Anthony Russo is indicted.
He had this fantasy of strangling women, and I guess it just came a time where he couldn't resist any longer, and he had to act it out.
With Russo still claiming innocence, police use the reconstructed timeline to help prove his guilt.
The day of Diane's murder, I think that Tony had been sharking around in neighborhoods looking for a victim. He came upon Diane's house around noon.
I'm sure he surmised she's single. No one else appears to live in the house. She's a potential. Russo leaves. Diane carries on about her day. As the day progresses, perhaps he went to other locations, other houses, and didn't find what he was looking for.
I think when the storm hit, he felt like that was his opportunity under the cloak of bad weather, that he could go back to that house and commit his crime without anybody ever hearing her scream.
He knocks on the door. Diane lets him in, excited a potential buyer was returning.
He waited till they got to that upstairs bedroom, and that's when he took the opportunity to basically grab her from behind, bind her, and then strangle her.
He comes back down. He's wiped maybe whatever he touched, made sure that he didn't leave anything behind. He gets in his minivan and he leaves.
Tony Russo is a sexual sadist. There were several that were victims of his that came forward. We were lucky that they weren't murdered.
The jury finds Anthony Russo guilty of murdering Diane Hollick. He's sentenced to life in prison.
He was sicko, just evil. I keep tabs on Russo because I don't want that SOB getting out.
Tony Russo will never victimize another woman again. He will be in prison until the day he dies. I couldn't have asked for a more challenging case or a more gratifying case at the end of it. I think we're all in this for the justice of the victims and the families that are left behind.
Diane was one of the sweetest persons you could ever meet. She just loved everything, everybody, life. I know she's not hurting, but I still miss her a lot.
He didn't have a clue what was going to happen. And you should be safe in your own castle. And he wasn't.
A brutal killing.
He was a great father and a good husband.
This was premeditated. It was planned.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
He didn't want us to know that they were sleeping together.
I think he was Mr. Gigolo.
He was a career criminal. He's been known to shoot people before.
The truth will be revealed.
He finally said, look, I'm not killing nobody, but I'll hook you up with a guy who will.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. It's a searing summer day in Addis, Louisiana.
Addis is a growing community. It started off as a very small little town, but has grown. A lot of people that are moving in there with children.
But residents of this usually quiet town are in for a horrific shock.
West Baton Rouge 911.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Help me! Somebody's in the bed. There's blood smearing here. Somebody's in my house. I just walked in the door. Oh my God! I got here. I don't know.
First responders arrived on scene and cleared the home to make sure no suspects were still present.
Close behind are Detective William J. Starnes and investigator Richie Johnson.
As we made our way to the bedroom, that's when we made our first contact with Monique Kitts. Monique was screaming, and we tried to talk to her, but she was not very audible when she answered us back.
In the bed is Monique's husband, Corey Kitts.
We could tell something major happened because of the blood.
Corey was shot 3 times. And one of the shots severed his spinal cord.
There was blood on the comforter. There was blood all along the side of the bed, down onto the ground. A large portion of that blood had just slowly leaked out of Corey's body.
He was found laying on his back in the bed as if he had been shot while he was sleeping, with the appearance of no struggle whatsoever.
Corey's wife, Monique, along with their daughter Dory and son Corey Kitts Jr., are removed from the scene.
Corey Kitts Jr., he was traumatized where he just didn't even acknowledge anything. Dory, I think she was kind of fighting with the thought of, is he dead or is this something that that's not really happening. Monique, she was constantly babbling. Something tragic happened to her, and she's very distraught over it. We interviewed her. She said, I didn't really have any enemies.
By all accounts, Corey Kitts was a likable guy. The neighbors liked him. His family liked him. His in-laws liked him. He was a great father, good worker, good provider.
The people that he dealt with, they said if he needed money and he had it, he would give it to you. Everybody loved him. He would literally give you the shirt off his back to help you out.
It was just strange. We don't commonly see someone killed in their home in their sleep. That's just not normal for our area.
They examine the house, looking for clues as to the identity of the killer.
The door was unlocked when officers arrived. So there was no way that someone forced their way into the home to commit this homicide. That we knew for sure.
It didn't look like a burglary. Normally, you'd find drawers open, you'd find things tossed around. Laptops, computers, the whole house would have been in a disarray, and there'd have been a lot of stuff stolen. Basically, everything was still in the house.
There was some broken glass. It was a vase that was knocked over. I believe the things that were broken was as the intruder was exiting in a hurry.
So, no forced entry, the closeness of the gunshot. Those are all really personal things.
If it had been a violent struggle with blunt force injury, the list of suspects would be narrowed because of the difference in build and strength. But that this is murder committed by handgun means that anybody is capable of having committed this crime.
There's something here. There's more to it.
You had this guy who was this upstanding guy, everybody liked him, but he's dead. And we need to figure out why.
To solve the case, investigators must unravel Corey Kitts' last 24 hours.
The significance of the 24-hour timeline, those last movements of your victim, are often critical to what happened. They become instrumental in every homicide case to going backwards from there to investigate who, where, when, and why.
We knew that Corey Kitts had been working that evening. He worked the night shift.
He came home from work from the plant that morning, early 5-ish, 5:15 in the morning. No rigor mortis had set in. So his time of death was sometime between 6 in the morning and noon that day. We felt that it had to be someone who knew his schedule.
And that's where you really start looking around, especially at family, friends.
Whenever there's a domestic homicide, whether that be a husband, a wife, you start with the partner first.
You don't call Monique a suspect just because she lived in the house, but you have to include her or exclude her.
They question Monique about her movements that
Monique accompanied Corey's sister, Clonice, for a walk at the track at like 6 in the morning.
And Clonice Stewart informed us that she had walked with Monique Kitts that morning.
After her walk, Monique came home, talked with Corey for a few minutes, took a shower, got dressed. He was still watching television at the time when she left.
Then she said she went to her daycare down in Plaquemine.
And when we looked at the neighborhood video, you see the vehicle going out toward the highway and turning in the direction of Plaquemine.
She had worked her normal business morning hours. We confirmed with video that she did go to a local laundromat and was just coming home with the 2 kids for lunch on Friday.
That's when she walked in and found her husband dead. So it appeared that she had a solid alibi.
Monique then tells police that when she left the home, her daughter Dory was still there.
When we asked Dory about the time she left to go to work, she said it was around 8:40. She got up, she got dressed. Daddy's door was closed, and that when she left, she went straight on to work at the daycare in Plaquemine. And nothing appeared out of the unusual. She didn't see anything or anyone.
But when asked about the discovery of her father's body, things become muddled.
Some of the answers she gave didn't add up to the ones that Monique would give. And this included about the door. When they got there, her statement was she went to the door and opened it. And when you look at Monique's account, it was she opened the door and that the other 2 followed. So we had kind of a different scenarios given.
When you have someone who can't remember the details, it can be challenging for investigators in determining whether this individual is telling the truth and they really don't remember, or if they're trying to hide something. I think it takes experienced detective work to discern the two.
We tried to polygraph Dory, but she refused. She wasn't very cooperative. That heightened my suspicions, because if you don't have anything to hide, it's pretty indicative of some type of knowledge or guilt.
Detectives scour the neighborhood surveillance video, looking to prove or disprove Dory's account.
It did show her leaving the residence at about the time she said she had left.
But there was another person in the vehicle with Dory.
Detectives questioned Dory Kitts about the mystery man she was with on the morning of her father's murder.
We were able to determine it was Marlon, which was her boyfriend.
Once the police find out that the boyfriend was in the house the day of the murder, he's automatically a suspect. You're going to have to convince the police that you did not do it, because you are immediately a person who has the opportunity to kill him.
When asked to explain herself, she changes her story.
The night before, Marlon had supposed to have gone home. But Dory actually told us that Marlon had spent the night with her.
Why would you lie about having your boyfriend at your house? You might lie to your parents, but why would you lie to the cops? So that was the first indication to me that, you know, maybe we got the suspects right here.
She said Corey did not like Marlon being upstairs in the house when he didn't know he was there.
Corey had made the statement, if he ever caught the person being with his daughter in not the proper manner, that he would do something.
But Dory is adamant that the two of them left the house that morning without incident.
She said she came down the stairs. She kept Marlon to stay up there in case her daddy was awake. And if that door was open, she didn't want him seeing Marlon there, because then there would have been trouble. According to her, the door was closed. She motioned for Marlon to come down and got in the car, left, and she took him to his job and then continued on to her job.
The only way to confirm this is to speak to Marlon.
I think there's a certain tension always between a father and the boyfriend of the daughter. That there is a lack of trust. If they don't like each other, that dislike can lead to hate in some circumstances, and that could lead to one of them wanting the other one dead.
Marlon had told me that he was at home the morning of the murder, that he had an uncle who drove him to his workplace. He told me, he said, I went there, I worked, I didn't see Dory until when we heard about the homicide.
Marlon's denial directly contradicts Dory's version of events.
So that kind of raised suspicions about him.
But we're being careful, of course, at the time that we're talking to him, because he's a suspect. Is he feeding us bullshit?
They convince Marlon to do a polygraph.
There's a reason why polygraph is used in my experience. It is to send messages to the person that you're having interviewed. You don't believe them. Why would you ask me to take a polygraph otherwise?
They would ask him questions like, did you murder Corey Kitts?
Under pressure, Marlon comes clean.
Marlon just basically admitted he spent the night there, but he didn't know anything about the death.
And he passed it, a perfect polygraph where he he was telling the truth.
And a lot of things he probably bumbled off to us were because he was scared.
They didn't want us to know that they were sleeping together. Dory wanted to keep that out of the picture. And that one little lie got both of them to be looked at. She loved her daddy.
Dory then provides detectives with a new lead.
She said, I do know my father had spoke about a red car that was parked across the street a while back that he had never seen before. When he approached, it left and went on out of the subdivision. And that he felt that was something strange about that, and he was warning us to be careful. It was the month prior to the murder.
Police must determine if anyone saw the red car return the day Corey was killed.
Canvases are done almost in radiuses. So you take a short distance around your crime scene. You canvass within that area. Very, very important, because people do see things. You have to find a way to use their information.
A neighbor was found who lived directly across the street. He did see a vehicle in the driveway that morning of the homicide between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. But it appeared to be a silver SUV, not a red car. He said, I was in and out of the house, loading up my vehicle, getting ready to go to work. He said, by the time I did leave, the car was gone. He said, so never paid much more mind to it. It got my vehicle and left for work.
There should have been no vehicle parked in the driveway that morning that didn't belong to a Kitts family member. I mean, everyone's away at work, and Mr. Kitts is in his bed sleeping. No one should have been in the driveway.
We believe whoever was in that vehicle had likely committed the murder.
Police now have a description of a vehicle seen during the window Corey Kitts was killed.
We had this gentleman talking about a silver SUV.
So people are filling in the gap. Why was the car there? Knowing the behavior of the victim, especially any patterns, becomes very helpful.
To determine if Corey was expecting someone at the house that morning, they pull his phone records.
We were looking for any contacts, numerous contacts that he might have had with somebody. We also had a dump done on the phone to see who he might have been texting, pictures that might have given us a clue on what occurred. We found some text messages that were quite revealing.
The messages suggest Corey was involved in several affairs.
Oh, we learned that Corey had a pretty extensive extracurricular love life. So he was a man about town, for lack of a better term. It's something you need to look at. It's outside the norm of someone's lifestyle to have these affairs, especially long-term, multiple affairs.
Jealousy is a legitimate motive for murder. It clouds the thinking of the individuals involved. Let's say it's just easy to kill someone, get them out of the way so we can carry on our relationship. It's a crime of passion. If you can show me a love triangle, I'll tell you have a potential homicide on your hands.
On closer inspection, one number appears significantly more often than the others.
This might be a lead for us. And we started subpoenaing records on this number.
They trace it to a woman named Lucy Williams.
We end up calling this young lady in, and it basically started off questioning about what was your relationship to Corey Kitts. How did you know him? She finally ends up telling us that they did have an affair, that they were close. They were seeing each other on numerous occasions. She could have found out about one of the other mistresses. Could have probably gotten mad.
Detectives attempt to link Lucy to the car spotted in his driveway at the time of the murder.
Her vehicle was certainly background checked, but it didn't fit the silver SUV.
We never had her around that area around the time of the murder. And we found no motive from her whatsoever. This woman loved him. You could tell in her emotions, she really loved him. She got to a point where she knew that it was never going to be, so they end up becoming what you would consider best of friends. It hurt her when she found out that he was murdered. She had nothing to do with it. So that was another door closed.
But the discovery of infidelity turns attention back to Corey's wife, Monique.
Wife finding out that her husband was doing something that actually just drove her to the point where she couldn't take it no more. That would be reason for murder.
Detectives must determine if she's more than just a grieving widow.
Investigating families are difficult. You have to ask a lot of questions, and you have to realize at the same time you're dealing with the victims, potentially. And one of them could be the killer.
She came in and said, look, you know, I want to make a complaint. I want somebody to take this case over. I can't believe they don't have a suspect. They don't have someone in jail. And you're not solving the crime quick enough. She said something about Dory's boyfriend taking a polygraph. And I said, well, that's interesting because I have one in another room. That's one of the other things I do. Will you take one?
She said, I got to talk to an attorney about that. She didn't want to take it, and that kind of puts up the red flags. Normally, if you're innocent, you're going to say, oh, yeah, gee, I want to prove my innocence here.
But she refused to do it. And that spoke volumes to me.
They look deeper into the dynamics of Corey and Monique's relationship.
She didn't pay the bills. It was always Corey that had to catch the bills. Any of the school's bills, he had to get in there and do it himself. She was more of a spender.
She's broke. Living the dream on the outside, and there's no money.
They discover something even more inflammatory.
Corey Kitts did in fact have a death policy. Monique Kitts was a beneficiary of that policy. We also learned that the death policy would be paid even in the event he was murdered.
We spoke with the insurance company out of New York. They had claimed that 5 days after Corey Kitts' homicide, that a Monique Kitts was calling, trying to get the claim on that. Best way I could describe it, you saw the smoke, and you knew there was a fire, and that sooner or later, the flames were going to break.
Police now believe Monique Kitts has motive for killing her husband, Corey.
I absolutely believe that she was involved. But she had an alibi that we couldn't ignore. You could probably exclude her as the person who did the actual killing, but not as being involved, because she could have hired someone.
It's an outlandish theory, but would explain Monique's potential involvement.
Monique Kitts' cell phone records were subpoenaed. It enabled us to track her movements the day of the murder, as well as her correspondence before and after.
They focused their attention on who she was speaking to during that time.
The police can determine down to 5 or 6 yards of where you were at any given time by tracing your cell phone. So if you're an innocent person, all you got to do is hand over your cell phone, and most of the time, you'll be cleared of that charge. If you're a guilty person and the police seize your cell phone, they can put you at a location at a specific time.
When investigators were able to pull all the phone records together, some of the conversations were between her and a man called David Johnson. And there was thousands and thousands of contacts between them. It was such an astronomical number that even the investigators were like, this is crazy. We've never seen this many contacts between people. David Johnson was the milkman for her child care business in Plaquemine.
We learned they began seeing each other and having an affair.
Monique Kitts' cell phone records indicated there was, in fact, communication between the milkman and Monique on the morning of the murder.
Detectives tracked David Johnson down.
He wasn't too good of a character, and we knew that we were going to get lies from him. He tried to distance himself from Monique. And I asked, why were you constantly calling her? He said, because basically I'm a friend of hers, and I'm just checking to see how she's doing.
We also asked, do you know who did, or did you see who killed, or did you in any way participate in the death of Corey Kitts? He said, I didn't kill him. I don't know what the hell's going on here.
He provides police with an alibi.
David was on his milk delivery route, and we were able to confirm through his cell phone that he was actually on those routes during the time of the murder. So he was excluded as a shooter. But in the phone analysis, there was some three-way communications between David Johnson, Monique, and another person, Carl Howard.
Some of those three-way calls also came on the morning of Corey's murder.
David Johnson was friends with Carl Howard from some years back, and he introduced Monique and Carl. So we sent detectives up to Atlanta, Georgia, where Carl Howard was now living, to do an interview. And one of the things that they observed was that he had a red vehicle. They remembered a red car reported by Corey outside of his home before the murder.
Detectives question Carl on his whereabouts the day Corey is actually killed.
During the interview with Carl, he told detectives that he was in Baton Rouge with his sister-in-law, and he was attending a birthday party for his niece.
Police turned to his sister-in-law to verify his story.
She says, I do not lie for anyone. She said, no, he was not with me. So that kind of blew that little scenario out of the water.
We tracked Carl Howard's cell phone records. They showed that he was, in fact, in Addis, Louisiana, on the day that Corey Kitts alleged to have seen a suspicious red car out front of his house. also showed that he was in the area the day of the murder. Almost to the minute, except for about a 20-minute, 30-minute gap where there's no communication.
This gap of time where his phone is turned off is directly within the time frame of Corey's murder.
So now you have this triangle of Carl Howard and David Johnson and Monique. You have these time frames of telephone conversations and communications can't be explained away.
As they continue to dig into the cell phone records, they make a disturbing connection. Calls made from Howard's phone to that of a violent criminal.
Corey Knox was that number that just showed up out of nowhere and was constantly contacting Carl Howard. Corey Knox was your average career criminal. He's been known to shoot people before.
He ran with local gangster and had a pretty extensive record himself.
With an alleged history of gun violence, police must determine how Knox fits into this crime.
His mother had a vehicle that matched the vehicle that was seen that morning. It was a silver SUV.
And it was just like, oh God, we got a piece of the puzzle in.
At that point, we couldn't say he was a shooter, but he was involved. So now we think we have all the proper puzzle parts, and now we need to put those pieces together.
Police believe they have identified the conspirators behind the death of Corey Kitts, but one key detail remains a mystery.
Basically, we had the roadmap. We had the players, and we had the phone records. We still couldn't tell you who the trigger man was.
In custody, Monique Kitts, Carl Howard, and Corey Knox refused to cooperate. So police turned back to the milkman, David Johnson.
We told him he was gonna probably face charges if he didn't get on board with us and start telling the truth. And he started giving us the more details of what went on.
He outlined the entire deal from day one. He was able to tell us that Monique had confronted him about killing her husband several years back. And he said, look, I played along. Yeah, I took $1,000 from her as a down payment. She kept on and kept on. And he finally said, look, I'm not killing nobody, but I'll hook you up with a guy who will. He mentioned it to Carl Howard, and Carl ended up hooking up separately with Monique, and they hatched this plan to kill her husband. He said there was a down payment of $4,000. And that Carl Howard had made an attempt on an earlier date, and that attempt was foiled. But he said she was hell-bent to have her husband killed.
Using David's testimony, police are now able to construct the timeline of what happened when Carl Howard returned for a second attempt at Corey Kitts' life.
So the morning of the murder, Carl Howard told Corey Knox that his vehicle wasn't running right and he needed a ride over to Addis. Mr. Knox then took his mother's silver SUV and drove up to the Kitts home.
Corey came home after a long night's work and went to bed.
When Dory and Marlon was leaving, Carl Howard and Corey Knox were in the vicinity. They were quite aware of the car that Dory drove, and not to do anything until they were sure that particular vehicle was no longer at the scene.
They parked in the driveway, which coincides with what the neighbor said he saw.
Carl Howard went up to the house, went in, and shot Corey Hitz in the head.
He came back out, got in the car, and they drove off.
Then Monique completed her scenario by having her children with her and putting on an act, crying, being distraught.
That is just about as diabolical as you can get. To bring your kids home, knowing that your husband would be found dead and your kids would see that. Now that's cold.
It speaks volumes about her and her wickedness, as the only way I can say it. There are some very evil people in this world.
I think the motive in the end with Monique was money. It was greed. It was about money. You should be safe in your own castle. And he wasn't because of Monique.
In March 2013, the three conspirators finally faced charges.
Corey Knox pled guilty to accessory after the fact of those crimes, got a 5-year sentence.
Carl Howard, who did the shooting, and Monique Hitz, they were both charged with conspiracy to commit murder and second-degree murder. Both were found guilty and both received life without parole.
They remain eligible for appeal.
David, for his testimony, he wasn't charged. It was like a big weight lifted off your shoulder. I think the thing that really got to me was the family, Corey Kitz's mother, father, his sisters, all the family that was there. We were standing by them. It's hard to put into words when you could see in their eyes and their expressions that justice had come. I'll never forget, his mother, she said, "You told me you weren't going to quit," and she said, "I knew you weren't." When you have someone tell you something like that, it got to you. It was a dark cloud lifted off of them.
This is a case of murder and mystery and intrigue.
A brutal killing.
It was the body of a female wrapped in about 200 pounds of chain with a plastic bag over the head.
A dark mystery with multiple suspects.
This person may know something that they're trying to withhold, and they're scared to talk now.
She was tricked, threatened,
coerced.
There's an urban legend there was about $500,000 in cash that went missing.
Maybe he got upset, lost his temper, went back over there and killed her.
The truth will be revealed.
Whoever went to these elaborate extremes to make this woman disappear wanted her gone and never to be seen again.
Every day in North America, dozens of people are murdered. The key to solving the toughest of these homicides lies in the final 24 hours of the victim's life. To crack the case, detectives must reconstruct that critical timeline. The minutes and hours containing evidence that can help unlock the mystery and catch the killer. Five miles down the Mississippi River from New Orleans sits the quiet community of St. Bernard, Louisiana.
St. Bernard being so close to New Orleans, being so close proximity to the river and the traffic on the river, and just the multiculture attracts people here.
People are friendly and open. You know somebody who knows that person. It is a small community.
This familiarity can also create a false sense of security.
Some fishermen report they had found a body in one of their lines.
A female wrapped in some sort of chains. She had, I think, a cord or something wrapped around her neck.
The body was in an advanced state of decomposition. She was dressed only in a nightshirt. After an extensive check of medical records and some identification of her jewelry, they were able to positively identify her.
She's named as 61-year-old Dorothy Thompson.
She'd been missing for about 3 weeks prior to that.
But at the time, police weren't able to go forward with it. They could not continue their investigation.
Dorothy's murder remains a mystery for 18 years, until St. Bernard natives, Colonel John Doran and Lieutenant Mark Jackson decide to take it on.
I remember it so well because it was a big deal for St. Bernard. When I was about 15 years old, some friends of mine and I hustled a little job cutting grass at Pet Cemetery. And I remember that lady that owned it. Dorothy was a bit of a recluse, kind of an eccentric type person. I don't think she was particularly in good health. But by all accounts, she was a generous person, a sweet person.
Dorothy's house sat way back off the highway, so you'd have to drive back kind of a secluded driveway to get to her house through some wooded area. They had pet tombstones across the whole front of the property. They had birds, cats, dogs, all sorts of animals. Any animal you could think of was buried in that pet cemetery. Back when I was young, the word around the community was that it was like a haunted house. People would go down there and say they seen ghosts and stuff like that around the property. It was a strange place, to say the least.
Almost everybody in St. Bernard Parish knew about the pet cemetery.
When we dug through the case file, we didn't have a lot left because when we reopened the case, it was a few years after Hurricane Katrina. St. Bernard was devastated by Hurricane Katrina. Before the storm, they had evidence. They had the chains that she was wrapped in. They had the cord that she had wrapped around her neck. All that was lost. So it was kind of starting from scratch.
One of the few salvageable documents is Dorothy's autopsy report.
The coroner ruled that it was a probable asphyxia or suffocation. Well, she either died from being strangled or from that plastic bag being placed over her head where she couldn't breathe. So it could have been a combination of the two.
Asphyxiation is a method to inflict your anger and frustration at this person while they're dying. That indicates that there's some personal involvement and that there was some anger by the alleged perpetrator.
To me, that was a premeditated, deliberate act. Whoever went to these elaborate extremes to make this woman disappear wanted her gone and never to be seen again.
As detectives unravel the past, they learn this isn't the first death police have investigated on this property.
We discovered that Dorothy's first husband died of a gunshot wound. The story was that it was a self-defense, that he was beating Dorothy and Dorothy shot him. And her second husband committed suicide on the back porch of the house.
The gruesome nature of these incidents leave police wondering if there's a connection.
When you have some history in the family of someone else that may have been murdered, you start thinking that maybe there's something going on in this family. Are there family issues? Are there control issues? Are there property issues?
When you think there's something suspicious here, you have to do an awful lot of research into learning your victim. You're often looking for the one person you can ask questions of that gives context or gives information that's relatively unbiased.
They begin to reconstruct Dorothy's timeline, aiming to identify the people she interacted with in her final 24 hours.
The first thing we did when we reopened it is establish the timeline. That's the very first thing I had to do to piece it back together. You have to find out when was the last time this person was seen or heard from, and who were they with.
They tracked down the woman who originally reported Dorothy missing.
Patricia Newman, she was in her early 30s. She did a lot of volunteer work in the community, particularly at hospitals, helping elderly people. She befriended Dorothy and started to take care of her.
Dorothy was in deep depression because of the passing of her mother. She was on several different kinds of medication.
They almost had sort of like a mother-daughter relationship. Patricia Newman had spoken to Dorothy around 9 p.m. on the 13th of April. She was to pick her up Sunday morning to run errands and maybe the pharmacy and something of that nature. When she tried to contact her that following morning at 9, she got no answer. She drove down there to check on Dorothy, thinking maybe she was sick or something else had happened. When she realized she wasn't there, I think she was immediately worried because Patricia knew that she did not have the wherewithal or the means to travel anywhere. And at that point, Patricia began to think that she may have met with foul play. She called the police. Police got there and searched the house with no signs of Dorothy being there. They found a half a glass of wine. Not much else really to go on other than no Dorothy. She was missing, had vanished into thin air.
Between their conversation the previous evening and Patricia's 911 call, there's a 12-hour window for the murder.
You can start then making your timeline as to somewhere right after she last talked with Patricia, that starts the clock running.
They pressed Patricia for other details about Dorothy's final day.
It looks like she went to a bank to cash a check.
They discover she was not alone.
She was with a handyman.
We learned that Dorothy was hiring these transient types. She seemed to gravitate toward these people, or they gravitated toward her.
People would learn about the pet cemetery, learn about her, befriend her, and offer to do something for a few dollars.
The timeline shows that he may have been the last person that was with Dorothy Thompson before she disappeared.
Locating the last person to see the deceased alive is necessary because at that point you can establish things like where she was last seen, when she was last seen, what was going on in her world at the time.
A key detail about her transaction at the bank stands out.
She paid him $100.
In 1985, $100 would have been a lot of money. I don't think we made that for cutting grass the entire summer over there.
She was willing to pay him $100 to do handiwork. So it could give motive. It could give an indication that she has plenty of money.
Employing transients is a dangerous game because you have no idea what those people have done in their pasts. They may be convicted killers, and now they're working in your backyard and they're potentially casing your house out.
She had hired a handyman on the 12th. The day after she hires him, she disappears. So immediately, he became a person of interest.
Detectives are looking for an unknown handyman who received $100 from murder victim Dorothy Thompson within hours of her disappearance.
St. Bernard was very open, and it's an easy place for transients to come in, maybe do a little odd job here and there, make a few dollars.
It made the case very difficult because you had a lot of people that was on that property at different times, doing different things.
A discovery in her home gives them a potential lead.
They found a note in the house, and they came up with the name Kenny Pommier. And they found out where he lived, and they were able to find him and brought him in for an interview. He was cooperative. He was forthcoming.
Kenny admits to being the man Dorothy paid $100.
He told him that he had answered an ad in the paper about cutting the grass and doing some repairs around that house. He said he had gone to the bank with her. He brought her to, I think, a grocery store, then brought her home around 4 p.m. and that was it. And that's the last time he saw her. And they knew that Patricia Newman had called Dorothy around 9 p.m. that night.
For Pommier to be the killer, he must have returned to the house after that phone call.
But it was kind of hard to track down where he was at the time that Dorothy disappeared.
Unable to confirm any alibi, they looked deeper into the robbery motive.
They never could really establish that there was anything of real value that she had there other than some jewelry. So to go to that extreme to dispose of this body, to me, was something more sinister. There's only a few reasons people murder, and it's, money, greed, revenge. To me, it's always motive. Motive then means then opportunity. But in this case, my first instinct was the motive had to be there. You kind of get that gut feeling about who you're dealing with. And they didn't necessarily rule him out, but I think they were satisfied with what he told them.
Police identify another individual who may have had opportunity in the time frame Dorothy was killed.
Elton Childress was another handyman that worked on Dorothy's property. I think they was in the hospital together, and she kind of befriended him, and Childress wound up working for her.
When you look at his criminal background, he had some violence there. Armed robbery, driving while intoxicated, and drunk in public, and things of that nature. He was a bit of a shady character, a bit of a mysterious kind of person.
People with criminal records, the police would definitely pursue those individuals more aggressively and more rapidly.
Because of the background he had, the way she was killed, somebody wanted her to disappear off the face of the earth. They didn't want her to be found. Somebody that had to have the means and wherewithal to do this.
Brought in for questioning, Childress claims he was nowhere near the house the night Dorothy went missing.
He really had no solid alibis.
So you want to investigate how is he connected to her? Did he have any motives?
His explanation is tied to a lingering mystery that has surrounded the pet cemetery for decades.
Childress told the investigators that he was looking for hidden treasure on Dorothy's property.
He had heard the rumors from the local people down there that there was treasure buried. There's an urban legend, I guess. Apparently, Dorothy's mother had murdered her ex-husband's new wife in Kansas City. She fled here and basically found this spot in St. Bernard, which is about the farthest place you could go from Kansas City, and opened this pet cemetery and essentially hid out the rest of her life there and was never extradited back to Kansas City to stand charges.
Her ex-husband, a casino owner with alleged ties to the mafia, is rumored to have amassed a small fortune.
There was about $500,000 in cash that went missing, and then he mysteriously died. And that's the treasure that they talk about.
I remember over the years, you would hear stories of kids going in a pet cemetery at nighttime.
Back when we was young, we believed it. Everybody in the community believed it.
Rumors have a way of growing, and a rumor of buried treasure in a pet cemetery, you're going to attract a crowd of people who are going to want to take it.
It seemed like Childress spent most of his time searching for the treasure. digging up the pet graves and not doing much work at all.
His motive could have been that he just got frustrated, he got upset, that he couldn't find the hidden treasure anywhere, and went back over there and lost his temper and killed her.
It throws up a red flag, but then also you gotta wade through it and ask, why would Childress tell an investigator that he was looking for hidden treasure? So you gotta look at it both ways. Is he being honest, or did he just slip up and tell you something?
Remaining adamant, Childress goes on to accuse Dorothy's caregiver.
When Childress was interviewed, he said that Patricia Newman had motive to do this. That she befriended Dorothy because she was trying to take her property.
It's choice land down there. By 1985 standards, it was worth a lot of money, probably $250,000 to $500,000.
Detectives take a harder look at the woman who reported Dorothy missing.
It's common for suspects to try to establish themselves and get on the good side of an investigator and try to be forthcoming with plenty of information and showing that they have a big interest in this case.
They found out that Dorothy had had some children that lived out in California that she was estranged from since they were babies. Dorothy had bequeathed the power of attorney over to Patricia, and that left her in the will.
She was with her, she was close to her, she was one of the individuals who could have benefited if Miss Thompson passed away. Miss Newman may have had some motive for Miss Thompson's death.
Detectives consider if Dorothy Thompson's closest friend, Patricia Newman, killed her to inherit her property.
Patricia could have benefited a lot from Dorothy's passing. She befriended Dorothy. Dorothy had all the trust in her, and she knew a lot about Dorothy and what Dorothy owned at the time.
They revisit Patricia's story regarding Dorothy's disappearance.
With Patricia calling the sheriff's office and asking the sheriff's office to go check the well-being of Dorothy, Patricia possibly was trying to establish an alibi.
Her calling the police might very well be her way of trying to cast suspicion on somebody else and to clear herself.
This, in turn, raises questions about the crime scene.
The manner of the death was extremely violent, but when you see the house itself, it doesn't look like anything had happened. It's difficult to marry those two ideas.
I think the first theory you would assume when you get to the residence and she's not there is that she was maybe killed someplace else. Maybe she was kidnapped.
But it's a common thing for a perpetrator to stage a scene to make it seem like nothing happened.
So I think you have to consider all possibilities. You have to look at everything and everybody that was involved with this woman.
Patricia insists she didn't see or speak to Dorothy after their 9 p.m. call.
Her intentions were genuine toward Dorothy. She said she didn't even want the land. She was just trying to do the right thing for Dorothy Thompson.
The one thing left to consider is if Patricia was physically capable of the crime.
When the body was found in the river in black plastic, and when pounds and pounds of change wrapped around her, I don't know that Patricia would have had the ability to do that.
We're talking about being transported miles away from her residence and then dumped in the river. So Patricia wasn't completely ruled out.
She goes on to suggest yet another potential culprit.
Patricia Newman believed that the Nodiers were involved in Dorothy's disappearance and subsequent death. They were a couple named Brandon Nodier and Bonnie Nodier, who lived there and were also caretakers / groundskeeper.
Brandon was a handyman. He would cut the grass and stuff like that around the residence.
They run Nodier's name through the system.
Nodier had a violent past. He had several run-ins with the law. He had some aggravated offenses against him.
As Brandon lived on the property, he is automatically on Dorothy's timeline for the window of her disappearance.
You want to investigate, did he have any motives? Patricia Newman has said that Mr. Nodier was constantly trying to get Miss Thompson to sign over the property to him.
Brandon Nodier wanted that land. He had told people he wanted that land. We learned at some point, Brandon decides that he wants Dorothy to sign a long-term lease for him to operate the property and live there. And apparently she agrees to that.
The elderly are prey to many criminals, and they are easily manipulated into signing away their assets or their fortunes.
For Nodier, the lease isn't enough.
From that point, Brandon Nodier decides that he wants to buy the land.
Maybe he was one of those people looking for the hidden treasures.
Brandon and Bonnie convince her to drive up to an attorney's office in New Orleans who represented Brandon Nodier and sign her property over to them in an act of sale. Supposedly, they were going to pay her $20,000, pay off an existing loan that was on the property, and give her use of the house, which means she could live there for the rest of her life. Patricia said Dorothy, by all accounts, was not lucid when this happened. She was coerced. At one point, Dorothy realizes that she had been duped because there was no $20,000 in her account. The loan was never paid off, and they were kicking her out of the property. And that's when Patricia Newman becomes involved to help her.
What happened was Patricia Newman found out about the property being signed over to Brandon, and she kind of convinced Dorothy to hire an attorney and bring this case to civil court.
So Dorothy immediately files a lawsuit against the Nodiers for fraud and illegal act of sale. It looks like it's a good case for Dorothy because she basically had been ripped off. I mean, she was swindled out of the land.
So they got a court date set up for a judge to hear the case. But a week prior to the case coming up, that's when Dorothy went missing.
So that turned the case on its head once that was found out.
Brandon Nodier has become the latest suspect in the murder of his employer, Dorothy Thompson.
When Brandon was interviewed, he said that Patricia Newman had motive to do this. He said she befriended Dorothy because she was trying to take her property. We didn't believe it.
The circumstantial details are also against him.
proximity of the lawsuit to the murder is very suspicious. And it would lead investigators to potentially believe that the person who's involved in the lawsuit is involved in the murder.
The challenge for detectives is they have no physical evidence tying Brandon to Dorothy's disappearance.
When you have no evidence, it's a real challenge. You keep going back at what am I missing? Let's find another way. Think outside the box. Let's get from A to B where we have to get to. And oftentimes, it's frustrating.
We were in the process at that time of piecing back some of the information. When in 2009, we received an ominous call from a guy that says he has information about an old murder. So I start talking to this guy, and he says, you know, I know about an old murder, and I can help y'all solve it. Which murder? And he says, the Pet Cemetery murder.
So we asked him if we could meet with him. And he was very reluctant at first to meet with us.
Detectives convince the caller, Juan Garcia, to talk.
I pick him up, and he's a tough guy from the street. I mean, he's not some shrinking violet. He was scared to death. He said he was a friend of Brandon Odier. And Brandon admitted to him that he had killed her, and he was glad that he did it because she deserved it. He said he never told anyone because he was afraid of Brandon, and they were friends.
Though his story sounds convincing, the timing is suspicious.
We asked him in the interview, what's making you come forward now to talk about this case? And he said he had a premonition that this lady showed up at his bed while he was sleeping, and she had chains on. And it was Miss Thompson. And he said Miss Thompson had asked him to get her justice. And that's why he was there.
He said all sorts of crazy things. But in addition, he knew things about the case that really, some of it was reported in the paper, but not all of it. But it wasn't quite enough. You have to do the job, and you have to investigate every case, regardless of what it looks like on the surface. She was a helpless woman, really. Somebody has to speak for the dead. It's our duty. I felt like I was compelled to solve it. This was mine. So we had to do a lot more.
We came up with the idea that we was gonna go try to talk to Bonnie Nodier. We figured that she would be the one to talk to about this. Many years have gone by, and she may need to get this off her chest.
They speak to Bonnie while Brandon is away.
I told her we had a witness that came forward, and we need to talk to her about it. Said, talk to her attorney. They have nothing to say.
We wanted her to go back and tell him that we were close. We were coming for you, buddy. Our intentions were to force him to make a mistake. That was our only shot at it.
A few weeks go by, we get a call in the office from a female. Said her husband's in jail in St. Tammany Parish, and he wants to talk about a homicide. So myself and Colonel Doran went over to St. Tammany and met with an individual in the jail.
James Tregler had a long criminal history of bombings and all sorts of crazy things. As it turns out, he was a close friend of Brandon, and he worked at the Pet Cemetery with Brandon. He hasn't seen Brandon in 25 years. He says Brandon pays him a visit at the jail after we talked to Brandon's wife. Brandon says the detectives are snooping around. So whatever happened between you and me a long time ago needs to stay between you and I.
Brandon's visit brings back memories Tregla has been trying to forget.
He said back in 1985, he was working with Brandon at the pet cemetery. One night, Brandon calls him up out of the blue. He tells him, would you take a ride with me? I need your help with something. So he says they go down to the pet cemetery. And he tells James to stay in the truck. So James does. He said while he's out in the truck, Brandon goes inside of the house.
Then a few minutes go by, he hears Miss Thompson inside the house screaming.
He gets out of the truck and he looks in the door when he sees Brandon on top of Dorothy, choking her with her legs flailing. So he yells at Brandon, hey, what are you doing? Stop. Brandon gets up. He tells James to go back in the truck and wait. But during this time, Dorothy comes back to life. She's not dead. And she starts screaming, and Nodie jumps back on her and begins to choke her again. A little while later, Brandon comes out, says, look, you need to help me move the body.
Tregla explains Brandon's visit to the prison decades later was no social call.
Brandon gives him an ominous message. I know where your wife lives, and I know what kind of car she drives. And Brandon told Tregla, if you ever say anything, I'll kill you and your whole family.
James Tregla's jailhouse confession has police convinced Brandon Nodier is guilty of killing Dorothy Thompson.
Tregla maintained all along that he was an unwitting participant in this crime, that he had no idea what Brandon Nodier was going to do, that he only participated because he was scared to death of Brandon.
The word of a convicted criminal is always suspicious. It's always something that police have to check the hard facts and make sure that they validate what the person has said.
So you've got motive, you've got opportunity, you've got them both in spades, but you don't have enough to get a conviction.
They need to corroborate Tregla's story.
Tregla gave us some facts that never was published, some things that nobody else would have known about unless they was at that scene.
Particularly with the plastic, the chains. That information was ever publicized back in '85.
So everything that he said was verified. Well, the St. Bernard Parish District Attorney's Office put it in front of a grand jury, and they indicted Brandon on a second-degree murder charge. So the next time we seen Brandon, we had an arrest warrant for him.
The timeline shows how the events of Dorothy's last day culminated in her violent death.
Dorothy hires Kenneth Pommier to do some work. He brings her to the bank. She pays him, runs some errands. She goes back home. At about 9 p.m., she talks to Patricia Newman. That night, maybe around midnight or so, Nodier arrives at the house with James Tregla. Probably forces his way in. He may still have had a key.
Nodier was probably upset that he wasn't getting the property. He was probably upset that there were proceedings in court which may have prevented him from even trying to steal the property.
He goes in and he attacks Dorothy. A little while later, they wrapped her in the chains. They put her in the back of his pickup truck. And they drove to the Belle Chase Ferry Landing, which is several miles from the pet cemetery. And they simply threw her in the river.
On April 12, 2012, almost 27 years after the crime, Brandon Nodier awaits his fate.
At the end of the day, the district attorney made a plea bargain. He pled guilty to manslaughter, which is a lesser charge. But he got up in front of court, admitted what he had done.
To the question of, are you pleading guilty because in fact you are guilty to the killing of Dorothy Thompson? We stood before the judge and said, yes, sir, Your Honor.
The plea agreement clearly identifies Nodier as being solely responsible.
Strangled had a lawyer, and with his testimony, he was given immunity, and he was never prosecuted.
Brandon Nodier is sentenced to 10 years in prison.
I don't think he had a guilty conscience. I don't think it weighed on Brandon at all. Because looking at him in court when he pled, he was still really cold. He didn't show no remorse, no nothing.
You know, I had mixed feelings because I thought, you know, we were happy that we were able to solve it. I was disappointed that he didn't get more time. I would have preferred to go to trial. He should be in prison for the rest of his life. But we did the best we could. You know, it's just unfortunate that it took so long to get to it, but I felt good about it.
One element of Dorothy's story remains a mystery.
The hidden treasure. No one's ever found anything in there.
People still search for that money down there. More than likely the money had been spent. That's just my guess. Or someone found it. Well, we'll never know now.